Hey everybody, happy Tuesday slash Wednesday. Also, that's kind of cool. I don't know if you saw that. Thanks people for the host. Twitch now passes that along as hosting you for up to 4 viewers instead of giving you a specific number. I think that it's actually at least not up to, unless if they change the way it passes over. Hosting has always been super wonky. Like, I'll have 20 people watching, hit host before the stream even ends, and it will tell them that I had like 2 viewers. So maybe it's just like directly passing the viewer total now. That would be pretty cool. Knowing that most of them aren't actually tuning in. Most people are closing out and going to bed or whatever they're up to. But yeah, thanks people. So today we are playing more Little Battler's Experience. Let's go ahead and bump this up. Danbul Senki in Japan. Tiny robots. Gotta save the day. There we go. Very good, Kevin. Yeah, I forced myself to get up early today. I'm still on kind of a wonky Australian schedule over here. For no reason. Like, I'm not jet lagged anymore. I just got used to staying up late. You got me completely hooked on Darkest Dungeon, man. That's the game that I play when I'm not streaming now. I guess that and like my additional Dark Souls 2 playthroughs. It's really, really fun. When we play it on stream next for your sub block, I think I'm going to reload. So I've been playing from a fresh save on my laptop. I think when we play it on stream, we'll continue from my old save, but I'll be coming into it with all the new information that I have from playing it offline. Yeah, man, that game is sweet. Alright, so it's been like 3 weeks since I played Little Battler's Experience, so bear with me as I got my ass kicked in this first round here, so I remember the controls. You got it. Proto-Xenon. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon is a sweet game. I recommend it to just about everybody who would like to play a really challenging turn-based RPG. Oh, actually, let me fix... The way sound works on the 3DS is kind of goofy. It changes the sound quality based on whether or not you have a aux cable plugged in. So I have like a dummy aux cable where I cut off the cable part and I plug it in when I'm streaming. I had it disabled when I brought my 3DS with me to Australia. Don't know which of these three would be best for me to kill first. Looks like Justin's going down okay. The order on the office is that they're immune to damage during this, even though it shows damage, or that we can shield some of it at least, because it's not dodgeable. Hey, how's it going, Leon? Thanks for your feedback. I'll probably mention this a couple times, but I do have a new survey out. You can find the link in Discord if someone wants to post it in Twitch chat. That's cool too. About the voting system. Leon was giving me some feedback to try to make it a little bit clearer. Later tonight I'll be adding some screenshots to a couple of the questions to show how, if we made the change today, what it would, what effect it would have on the voting spreadsheet. The short of it is that I'm considering, now that we can do mass voting in chat, making the cost to vote for the next game a function of how long that game is. A little bit of an edge to shorter titles. Since right now you're pretty incentivized to vote for the longest game possible, with more stream hours per dollar. Is that GG or can... Oh, okay. I guess my buddy's already died at that point. Probably want to go into that fight with some more healing items. I wish that it would show like 0 damage or something when they're doing a super move, because it still displays damage numbers on the screen. I have a ton of repair kits. It's them that don't have any. Oh, I see. You don't have shit. Daxendo over here. Wasting my time. Cool. Should go a little bit better now if they can actually keep themselves alive a little bit longer. But it's very difficult to knock them out of the super move. Okay, so there's like an invisible knock them out of their attack image. I have no idea, Bucket. I don't think so. This game trends a little bit longer than how long to beat in the same way that... what do you call it? Dragon Quest Monsters trended shorter. Medium is actually good enough. Maybe we don't want to use any of the full heals since it doesn't. We're not strong enough for it to matter yet, you know. It looks like taking out Amy and Kaz is the right way to go. Yep. I would expect Dead Space to win the next short games auction. There's a lot of people betting on that horse.
Not good. Last one.
I'll heal in a second. That is something you can easily dodge, dude. Come on, man. You can do better than that. I think there's only like 1 or 2 people backing Rhapsody, and there's a ton of SP sitting out there, so I would be really surprised if Rhapsody wins, even though it's at the top right now. That one's gonna take a while, I think. There's only a few people backing it. It can win eventually, but it's gonna have to have a big advantage over everything else on the spreadsheet first. Which might not do enough damage because he just landed on his butt. Oh, okay. Didn't count as a breaking blow because he had died in the same round. Hooray!
We did it! We beat him!
Team Van. Oh, what a boring name. Everyone else had kick-ass names. Team Van. Let's see how Marty's doing over here. He's so soft and furry. I think what's going to kill me eventually in this game is not being able to use the same 3 party members the whole time. Although they're a little bit better by default, I think, without having to grind them up. Friend mail. Damn that Master Otaku. Hail to the king. Well, the Daxendo is presumably standing right next to us. Amy was not, so she gets a pass for that one. Save real quick. King all-powerful. That still cracks me up. This game is very anime in a different way from Persona. Oh, okay. I'm gonna talk to these people first. Justin go. I do like the visual style of this game. It reminds me a lot of Pokemon X and Y. I haven't really been following Sun and Moon. Like, I try not to get myself hyped about upcoming products and read too much about their features and the like, because I feel like it's the most fun when you're finding all of it out for the first time. But is the visual style basically the same as X and Y, or have they changed it up at all? I assume it's still that kind of 3D. Because in gaming, once you learn how to sculpt, you're not allowed to paint anymore. We couldn't make another 2D Pokemon game. The only thing I've seen from Sun and Moon is was it the Alola form Executor. It's the best. Don't mess it up. We've got the 2 edgy characters in our party. I guess there's one other edgy character, Justin. Like, one of these things is not like the other.
And here he is, our very own King All-Powerful!
What? Bloody.
No way she's the king? Seriously? That old woman? Did you say old?
Looks like she's like 30, man.
Such impertinence. The nerve.
I know, right, Kevin? I wonder if they were aware of what they were sitting on.
Now, my little kingy wingy, we need to teach these brats some manners.
Kingy wingy? Hmm?
Speaking of Pokemon, I'm pretty excited to see that Niantic finally posted something.
He's king all powerful?
Yep, that's me. Bow down to your king.
Oh boy. Super goofy. Hopefully they actually got a community manager and will be communicating more regularly. Really don't need anything extreme from them, just a line of text here and there, you know? And the Pokemon Go subreddit is still like a toxic cesspool. Everyone in there is extremely negative, and if you try to say anything positive on Niantic, you get downvoted. It's exactly what I don't like about the hyperbolic gaming community. Everyone is just... Everything is so personal, you know, Niantic is literally spitting on our faces. Like, no, they're not. Try working on a tech project sometime in your life. It's very difficult. Exeggutor. I've been pretty proud of Andrea. She pretty much knows all the Pokemon names now, and she gets most of them right. For a while there, she was inventing her own names for stuff. Like I think she kept calling Magikarp like Magnicarp, like it's a magnet carp. But I think we've been playing enough Pokemon Go that she's gonna have a pretty solid understanding of the original 151. Oh, you tried to stream? What went wrong, Dragon Protector? Yeah, exactly, Kami. Sylph Road sub is amazing, Chaos Factor. They have some really good mods over there. They're pretty strict about, like, you can talk about things you don't like, but you have to be constructive about it, and you don't just come here to complain, you know? I really think the problem with the Pokemon Go subreddit, it's interesting. I think it's actually kind of a microcosm of the problem with Pokemon Go, is that a bunch of people who weren't really qualified to be moderators made the subreddit when they found out about it coming out, right? And then the game was way bigger than they could have possibly imagined, and they're not qualified to moderate a subreddit with that many people. In the same way that Niantic built a game with a certain infrastructure, expecting a certain number of people, and it was way bigger than that, and now they can't manage it. So it's... Is that coincidental, or would you... Like, maybe that's irony. It's hard to say. Try to avoid misusing the word. Isn't it ironic? No, man. Rain on your wedding day is a coincidence. I think the problem, and what they said, was that providing distance at all is a pretty big server strain, because if they let you calculate distance on the client side, that's really susceptible to cheating. They really want to make as much server side as possible, and like telling you how close 9 Pokemon are for all of the 80 million, 100 million installs. Can you believe that there's 100 million installs on Pokemon Go? The peak concurrent player base for World of Warcraft was 11 million, and concurrent players meant active subscriptions. That's redonk. Yeah. Have you been using OBS, Dragon Protector? I should probably make a how to stream YouTube video at some point. That might be a good time investment. We have some people in here who get interested in streaming. It'd be cool to just throw them, hey, here's how to get started. We're probably fine with this party. I'm going to need to go back in and give them items again. Don't need the full kits, but all repair kits are... Actually, let's do the all repair kit M. That sounds fantastic. Perfect, that looks good. Yeah, if you have any specific questions about stuff that's not working though, Dragon Protector, feel free to send me a message on Discord. Just like shoot me a screenshot of whatever is the problem, and I can try to help you out. I enjoy that kind of thing. Man, Propagable, that's what Alanis Morissette says. I don't know, it's one of those things, like, it's either genius or really stupid. It's like, oh, what's the bullshit from George Lucas, where Han Solo says, you know, this is the ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. And in the film, like, parsecs is a unit of distance, not time, and he says it as though it's time. And in the film, Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan look at him like he's completely full of shit, because he is. That's the point of the scene. But George Lucas is like, oh, no, I just meant that the Kessel area has a bunch of black holes, and that the Kessel Run requires a really smart navigational computer that can plot an efficient route. And no, shut up, dude. You didn't mean that. You got caught. Just accept that it's an in-universe blunder. It fits Han Solo's character. You don't need to change that. It's kind of cool for the EU, though, to have this Kessel area. Kessel Maw, I think it's called. Just have companions. Don't even get names for the other characters. Ow. Yeah, I actually do like Alanis Morissette. She gets a lot of really good talent. I think that... Is it... Flea is on bass in You Gotta Know, isn't he? I think Flea's on bass, and there's a really good drummer and a really good guitarist. Some names I forget. Oh, this is a scripted fight. Okay. Quantum Attack?
That attack was insane!
Like how in video games and fiction, quantum is an adjective that just means cool.
But how? No one's lasted this long.
They kind of tried to explore it a little bit more straight in Ant-Man, but...
Van, what's the matter? With his skills, he should have been able to dodge Dak's attack cleanly just then. Wait, that must be it. I don't think he can move after using his special attack routine.
Oh man, the one
You think
weakness... He's dressed up like a final boss, man.
Okay,
He's got
I got your back.
fancy
Van,
hologram
I'm gonna leave
wings.
the timing part up to you.
Right, Leo?
Ready?
Don't
It
get
is a pretty
excited.
sweet word
I'm
phonetically.
only in because I
Yeah.
don't want people saying that you saved the day.
I think people like it because it's... Lay people
Fine,
kind of have a
let's
really
do this.
spooky interpretation of quantum mechanics that physicists don't really have. It's super weird. I think the thing is that quantum mechanics are totally counterintuitive at a macro scale. They don't work the way things work zoomed out. I think the quote about if anyone who says they understand quantum mechanics doesn't understand quantum mechanics is pretty apt. Cool thing about things in terms of probabilities rather than certainties, though. Oh, do you actually play it frequently, Techno? Yeah, it's phonetically a really cool word, right? Oh my god, heal yourself, dude. King all-powerful, I'm gonna need you to chill out there, buddy. Can't move after any of his special attack routines, you think? Should have probably been healing the whole party. I'm gonna die in this attempt, but learn for next time that I can't rely on them to be in charge of their own healing. That, or maybe I should get rid of all heals, because I don't seem to be very good at using them smartly. AI in this game is quite bad. Especially depending on what weapons you give them. They seem to be a little bit better with ranged weapons, for example. This should be easier now, I hope. I've watched Quantum Leaps. I know how Quantum Leaps. Dude, that show is awesome. I would be so down if Netflix tried to revive it. It would be cool if they got a little bit of a bigger budget, so he wasn't like bound to a century's time. He could leap into anybody.
I've got this.
If you've never seen Quantum Leap before, you're missing out. It was a pretty sweet show. Basically, Scott Bakula is trapped. He keeps traveling through time, but when he travels through time, he like possesses the body of somebody. But nobody sees him as Scott Bakula. They see him as the original person. And then he has to like play out something in their life and change something in order to be able to leap again, with the hope that eventually he'll leap back home. I'm playing through the main story here rather than doing any PvP. But that might be something cool to do for a free play multiplayer day sometime, Techno Trio. But since I haven't beaten the story yet, if you've played the game a bit, you'll probably whoop my butt. Yeah, reboot it would be great. Scott Bakula is the advisor. I didn't really like the way Quantum Leap ended. It got a little bit too... It's sort of like the way that Battlestar Galactica ended. A little bit too spooky. I think they could have kept it self-consistent that, you know, some human force was trying to direct him to do good. Where it had this kind of like spooky, godlike character that intervenes in the end. Spoiler alert, not that it matters to the story. Dude, Battlestar, the first season is some of the best TV I've ever seen, and some of the best science fiction I've ever seen. You don't really need to watch past the first season. It's still pretty okay after that, but there's a particular episode where the Cylons are chasing them, and it's happening in discrete time segments. It's like every 33 minutes or something. I forget how frequent it is. But they know that the Cylons are going to catch up to them every 33 minutes, so they have to make another jump. And like people have been awake for 36 hours, and they're getting tired. It's such a cool episode. Dude, Evil Leaper was pretty cool, Ganymede Native. I could have watched that go on much longer. Nodi? King of Treachery. Otaku just wanted his toy? I love that his companions are just two creepy dudes in hoods, like twice his height. God. They had this big epic championship so he could get a toy that he wants. Yeah, such a good episode. It's one of those shows, one of those works of fiction that falls into the trap of... So like we talked about Final Fantasy X, like the obvious twist or spoiler is like, oh, X character is an unsent. In Battlestar Galactica, it's, oh, X character is actually a Cylon. You can only do that so much before the audience starts to get tired of it. I'm also a really big fan of Edward James Olmos, so... Looks like somebody's mowing the lawn outside, so if you hear some background noise, that's what it is. Unfortunately, I don't think I can move him further away from my microphone. Trying to build all the data piece by piece. Yeah, I think that we ended up doing... Oh, Takufu. We ended up doing that tournament pretty much just to kill time while he decrypted the special data that we stole. That got double hacked in data space time. It was all very like 1990s hacker. I have to get online. I need a computer. I've heard that like the Hollywood ineptitude at portraying technology actually isn't ineptitude at this point, and it's like an in-joke among writers to like be as ridiculous as they possibly can be when they have characters describing like how they're hacking into something or how they bypass the firewall. For a lot of shows and movies, there are some that take it a little bit more seriously than others. Yeah, I just broke into his Internet Explorer. All of his Microsoft Words are down. He's got every PowerPoint on our system. Oh god. Chest and the key. We really want to get the key? Is that a good idea? So, alright, let's recap the story of Little Battler's experience. The main overarching story. The protagonist's father accidentally built a perpetual motion machine that can grant infinite energy to everyone and potentially be used as a weapon in other problems. And he accidentally built this while making a better battery for a toy. Okay. And he locks it in this special platinum capsule container that only Van, the protagonist, can open. So the bad guys want to open it, but in order to open it, they have to defeat him in a legit LBX battle. They can't just like take the toy and break it, I guess. And now we've gone to the trouble of getting the secret passcode to unlock the capsule anyway, you know, without Van's interaction. And it's just one of those things that makes you wonder, is like, do you think we're collecting this for the bad guy? It's basically certain that the bad guy is going to steal it and build a super weapon, and we're going to have to use our tiny robots to take it back, right? It comes up in JRPGs so often, like, oh, you know, go collect the 7 stars, go to the Jungle Temple and Fire World and Ice World, get the Hoobaloos. Oh shoot! Oh dang! The bad guy took all your Hoobaloos from you. What a what a shock! Yeah, Kung Fury hacking time. That had the benefit of being obviously self-aware, but I guess that a lot of writers are trying to do that. They're trying to outcompete each other with how stupid they are. Double keyboard at NCIS. I think there's a website. Is it hackertyper.com? I'll look it up here. Yeah, hackertyper. Just go there and type a bunch of random crap. Yeah, right. Thanks, Kane. We went to this trouble, totally worth it. Sorry, one sec, guys. I'm trying to minimize the background noise here. I thought it was... Oh, wait, nope, I got an idea. Didn't they do the license plate drop tables command because of an XKCD comic? Chaos Factor? Yeah, I still need to watch Mr. Robot. I've heard good things about it too. I need to watch that and Stranger Things. Haven't gotten to either of those yet, but I hear they're quite good. It doesn't look like I'm able to cut out the background sound here. I have to dork around with my microphone's gain setting. Maybe it got pushed by the cats or something. Cutscene. Good, the game audio must be covering it up. I think it's my air conditioning is coming through a little bit. I like that you guys are in combat stance now. What's your plan? Are you gonna, like, throw down your LBX in a super cool fashion? They do a lot of stuff like that in this game. Like, that's just because what you're supposed to do. They don't really think about, like, would they actually do that? Like when the LBX emote for the characters when they're talking. What are you doing? It's like, it's a tiny toy robot. Why would it know what the... Are you mean to tell me that the main character is, like, controlling the robot to make it react? It's funny. Yay! It's the Vegeta principle. Bad guys are good, and his cape isn't evil enough compared to the real evil dude, who's secretly a robot, right? They had that big assassination scene, but it wasn't so bad. Justin Kaido's dad is an evil robot. Yeah. Bobby drop tables.
Defending the Infinity
So somebody did something like that in their license plate, right? And it crashed their system. That was funny. Yeah, I know, right, Kevin? Suddenly has these really dark plot elements interspersed with kids playing with toys. Go play with your toys out on the grassy knoll. Why are you here? Yay, Devin Aaron's a good guy now. He's not the big bad. Probably appropriate for the big bad to be a robot. At least they planted the idea of there being androids first, so that wasn't just like, what the hell, he's a robot? Is that a thing? Like, yeah, that's a thing. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they remove the L in LBX if they've got androids, though. We should probably test the people in this room. Like, now I'm suspicious that everybody in this game is an android. What do you ask? Like, you're in a desert and you see a turtle lying on its back. It can't get right itself. Why aren't you helping it? There's a Futurama episode that does that. Give it to him, Andrew! Take a picture of me getting mugged. Seismotech thingamajig. Dude, so I finally saw the director's cut of Blade Runner. I'd only ever seen the theatrical cut, which is incomprehensible. I watched it with Andrea because she had never seen it before, and I was like, well, you know, I don't know if you'll actually end up liking Blade Runner because I remember it being kind of boring, but the director's cut is a lot better. I guess that the studio made them do like a voiceover narration from Harrison Ford, so the rumor is that he intentionally did the voiceover kind of badly in the theatrical cut because he opposed it. I think he's denied that in interviews, but... It's a totally different movie, the director's cut of Blade Runner. Yeah. I mean, Philip K. Dick is already really weird. I don't think I've watched a Philip K. Dick inspired movie that completely made sense from start to finish. I like Scanner Darkly, I like Minority Report. Probably a couple of the ones that I don't even realize are Philip K. Dick. So much better, right, Yukupo? Unfortunately, Andrew has never seen the bad version. It's cool to do that sort of noir. It's also inspired a lot of stuff. It's it did for like Cyberpunk what Mad Max, the original Mad Max movies, did for like dystopian Borderlands style post-nuclear Fallout road horror. Yeah, I haven't read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. That's what Blade Runner is based on, right? Probably a better mass market title. Didn't Philip K. Dick go like super bonkers in his old age? Like he was convinced that he was the reincarnated disciple of Christ or something? I read this Wikipedia article forever ago. It obviously doesn't make his books any less rad, just that he was a little out there in his head. Maybe it's the whole genius and madness are two sides of the same coin thing. Hey Yahan, how's it going? Hey Link, thanks for the hosts. Appreciate that. How you been? Valence Trilogy, weird. Throw on the cat cam again, they're being kind of adorable. Ben and Marty, Ben and Marty. Ben and Marty, Ben and Marty. Ben and Marty, Ben and Marty. Whoa, 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 Ben and Marty. Ben and Marty, Ben and Marty. See, Philip K. Dick actually wrote good science fiction, though. If the film Battlefield Earth is any indication, L. Ron Hubbard wasn't so great. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Yahan. That's a bummer. Do you know what died yet? Like which part failed? This is the chick that may or may not have assassinated the robot dude. Bummer. That's a bummer. Bummer. That is a most supreme bummer. It's gonna happen to me eventually with my streaming rig. I guess I'll probably try to do a Ship of Theseus rebuild on it sometime next year to try to preempt that. We already had the hard drive fail during one stream, if you guys remember that with Bastion. That was pretty stressful when it happened. I really don't know the best way to get around it though, short of like rebuilding your machine every few years. It's expensive to do though. No, I guess we gotta do more in tiny orbit to keep exploring around. Ooh. Oh, that's the worst. Yeah. You don't like when it makes a bad sound. With a car, too. Tiny orbit is an anagram of tiny robot. I didn't. I've been pronouncing it right the whole time. They are tiny robots. Oh man. It's a really shitty time, Yahan. I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't had any handheld hardware devices fail due to physical trauma or aquatic trauma. I've been very fortunate in that respect. I've definitely dropped phones and had them get soaked and the like. But they've never actually failed on me. I feel it's just a matter of time before it does. Maybe the person I have to talk to doesn't have a little red icon, or maybe it's you have to talk to them in a specific order. What's seismotectonic energy? When you cause underwater volcanoes to erupt in order to create energy. Wait, why does... Alright, so let's get this straight. The CEO of a toy company is desperate to stop energy testing at a volcano. Damage the Earth's crust. Alright, back to the CEO. Yeah, man, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're able to get them both resolved, the phone and the computer. Oh, that sucks, Dragon Protector. I have that fear whenever I'm holding my phone over a body of water. Haha, very good. Dead Space 2 and 3, right? Yeah, let me know what it ends up being the problem if you can figure out what actually died. I think what would make it sound. The hard drive platter might do that, right? If it's just the hard drive, that's probably the easiest thing to replace. Kitties. Oh, they're wrestling. Let me try to put on the cat cam again for a bit longer. Get him, Marty. Use your weight. Got this, buddy. You're like twice his side. Oh, that's not wrestling. Energy engine is a groundbreaking device. It can provide much safer energy production. We really want to reveal the very thing that we're trying to conceal from them? Get him, Marty. Come on, buddy. Get him! Ben does this thing where he, like, bicycle kicks Marty until Marty gives in. He gets on his back and just, like, kicks him in the face a whole bunch. Oh, it's gonna even be time before you can look into it? That's the worst, Yahan. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, the feeling of powerlessness about it, right? When my hard drive failed, I was able to take one from an old broken computer and plug it in just to confirm that that was the issue. At least collapsing that uncertainty helped a lot, even if I wasn't able to fix it overnight. I wish you the best of luck. Pulling for you. You got it. Watch Osgood be the secret, actual bad guy. He seems so nice. He was kind of sort of spying on us earlier. The lady who tried to shoot the robot guy is in his employ as a scientist. Ah, very good. Defense. Hold off the attackers, got it. Alright, I got a mission indicator this time. Ben! Ben! Danger zone. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Back up here in a sec. Thought it was in that elevator, but it's actually down to the left a little bit. Connect the control pad to your LBX. Oh, that's right. This must be the... Remember the opening cutscene was in Media Res? We were like piloting the little LBX like a traditional giant robot story. On like a military mission. Maybe that's what this is, or this is setting up for that.
We're calculating the size of the enemy force. We'll have confirmation soon.
Such a uniquely Japanese thing. I don't...
No way. How many are there?
Hold on.
Pausing and just going,
Enemy units number approximately 7,000 and rising. 10,000. No, we're detecting 25,000.
What did you say?
Nani? Nani desu ka? That's a lot of robots. I just keep picturing like, just like having like a tank roll down that hallway and just crush all of them.
We'll show them what we can do.
Listen, everyone.
Like, those are the
Prepare to
evil
commence fire.
cheerleader
Don't
models
let a single
that
one into the building.
Master Otaku is excited about. Yeah, EMP. I think that the story in this game works best if you don't think about it too much. And that's okay, you know, like, there's a lot of content like that that I really enjoy. The movie Con Air is a remarkably stupid film, but it's very enjoyable as long as you don't think about it too much. Alright, let's do scan. I feel like people will miss out on stuff because, you know, they don't like the film or video game equivalent of snack food. Like, Face Off is another one. Yeah, just don't think about it too much. You'll have a lot of fun. If you think about it too much, you're ruining it for yourself. Sometimes I just want to eat some hot Cheetos, you know.
Gotta keep this up.
Okay, next. Oh yeah, bring it on.
I think that's fitting too, because like, as far as like the stream theme, because like, if we were doing Let's Watch Every Awesome Movie, I would want to watch Face Off and Looper and Con Air and those kinds of movies. Looper actually has some pretty good storytelling. Does a lot of the things like in John Wick, where there's just something cool about the universe that's implied but never actually discussed. You just kind of pick up on watching. You're watching John Wick and you're like, what's up with the golden coins, man? Oh, that's so cool. And you can just think about it instead of them killing it with exposition, spending a bunch of time and explaining what it is. You get that in books too, like the Da Vinci Code is a junk food book. Like, it's really exciting to read. If you've ever read it before, it's actually, it hooks you. you can't stop and think about what's actually happening in the plot because it's pretty dumb. That's not an LBX. There's a Swedish film called 100-Year-Old Who Jumped Out of a Window and Disappeared. That sounds cool. What's... I probably shouldn't ask what it's about, right? I have a guess from the title. Yeah, I think that we fall into a trap by saying that one type is just objectively better than another. I gotta hit my nihilism button because I'm already starting to trend there by talking about what is and isn't objective. There's different audiences for different things. Like, I personally don't like reality TV, but I understand why it's as popular as it is. It's easy to produce, inexpensive to produce, and it can be thrilling. There's a tank. Look at that. Wrong side, though, unfortunately. I do like these. I think my favorite parts of Little Battler's experience so far have been when they, like, are playing around with the idea that the robots are tiny. Because there's a lot of fights that they use the reinforced cardboard arenas to pretend like it's actually a giant robot fight. But it's more cool when it's like a boss fight against something that's way bigger than you. Or you're, like, fighting on a kitchen table or something. Forrest Gump and what the fuck? That's a good sell. Yeah, no, right. And that the Academy Awards, you know, will disfavor science fiction and fantasy with obviously notable recent-ish exceptions. Yeah, there's nothing to say that character drama is objectively better than everything else, but now it makes sense that they emote as their robots. It's not using a cell phone to control them anymore. Man, you'd have to... I bet if everyone's carrying around an LBX in this universe, they have to have some really, like, baggy pockets. That thing would get crushed to shit in my pockets. Maybe in my, my high school Dylan, high school Marstead pockets. I was one of those kids that wore really, really baggy Jenkos that were like, the pockets were so huge that I could fit a 2-liter bottle of Coke in them. That's not a hyperbole, by the way. I actually did that. Probably wouldn't have been friends with high school me. I don't think I would be friends with high school me. I was fortunate enough to have a goofy prohibition on family members taking pictures of me, so I can't post to the Blunder Years subreddit. So I'm missing out on that sweet, sweet Jenko's karma. Oh, they keep a bag with them? That makes sense, Mega Man. Yeah. Oh, am I gonna get in trouble for not having a ranged weapon again? That's okay.
But how are we gonna get close enough to climb up in one piece? Do you see it? Over there. It's tracks. Yeah, there isn't much fire concentrated in that spot. It might just work.
These levels are cool. These are the ones I'm the biggest fan of so far. I'm gonna do the Guild Wars 2 orange circles don't stand in the fire. That's how the previous big device battle works. Justin seems to hit pretty hard now. That's good. They made an effort at dodging too. I appreciate that.
Feel the power.
Yeah, I think that these missions are where the game shines for sure. I see like where they are going with by having the arenas that make it seem like you're giant, but I think it almost would have been cooler if that was the exception rather than the rule. Like, every once in a while, you did a fight that was in one of those cool arenas, and you're like, oh man, I feel like I'm a giant robot, and the rest of the game was you being tiny in really big environments.
Oh yeah, bring it on.
But it makes more sense in the game universe that that's not the case, because right, they say that the LBX are kind of dangerous, they shoot real bullets.
Follow me.
They have the reinforced cardboard arenas to make them safe for kids to play with.
Justin, what are those things?
Those are anti-LBX turrets.
This tank has everything.
Gotta build your tank with everything in mind.
We have to destroy these anti-LBX turrets and deactivate the electromagnetic barrier to move on.
Looks
So they
like
should
we
just
have
make the
no
turrets
choice.
unleash an
Let's do
EMP
it.
pulse every few minutes rather than have a barrier that you can turn off. Oh, I can't see their hit point totals. No, they don't have that many, it's fine. It'd be funny to have a tank that's like military grade but it has these teeny tiny turrets. Keep toys out. Ow, dick. You get him. In this universe, that would be a big concern. This is a cool theme. This game does have a good soundtrack. Get him. Ow, dick. Why you gotta be so rude? Well, they didn't plan these turrets for our kick-ass LBX. Look at how rad Justin Kaido's new one is. Yeah, right. Those are meant to destroy the Deku LBX that they themselves employ, I guess. The ones that already die in like 3 hits. I guess they could have made that hard by requiring you to block or something. Like have them all fire on a
Okay,
preset
this is
timer.
it, the control terminal.
But I
Let's
could have
see,
seen that
weapon
mission being
system,
really annoying if the
targeting
turrets were
system.
actually effective in
Here we
any
go.
way.
The emergency shutdown system.
You figured out what to do? Whoa, there's more of these guys left.
Van, I'm gonna crack the code for the emergency shutdown system, but I need your help. Buy me time.
Alright.
Don't you worry.
This is
We
Legion
are
hacking
safe.
the system in Mass Effect 2. Got it. Does Xenon actually have a health bar? Oh, okay, he does. That's good to know. Don't think he's actually healable, though. Yeah, I don't see a health bar.
I can feel the power. Oh yeah, bring it on.
You have time for them all to respawn there. Thanks, cutscene.
Oh yeah, bring it on.
overconfidence precipitates
Bring it on!
harrowing defeat or something like that.
Okay, next!
We're gonna do the same thing again. We're gonna wait for them to respawn. Okay. It was a cutscene. I'm gonna be like, you son of a bitch.
Is that all of them? They keep coming!
Just a little longer, Van. Once I break through this firewall, I should be able to activate the emergency shutdown.
I won't let you lay one finger on Xenon! Battle on!
Battle on. Fight it out. Speaking of which, we're going to be playing Tactics Ogre this Friday. Check the schedule. In lieu of Mark of the Ninja on Wednesday, it'll be a 3-hour block for Kami's 1-year anniversary. Got a couple other 1-year anniversaries coming up. The Enemy Native changed games from Fez, I believe. I'll have to double check the spreadsheet. It'll be 2 hours. Sanguine Haze, I think 2 hours, or Brigandine. Don't know yet with Cappy. Cappy's been pretty busy, and 5 hours is a long time to commit for a single game.
Bring it on!
Yeah, right, Dragon Protector. Whoa, what the shit just happened?
No, not now!
Was I progressively losing hit points there without realizing it, or did I just take a really big hit at the end there? I feel like I just took a big hit, but maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention. Let me make sure I still have healing items. Deku, pretty much ignore them until you've been taking damage for a really long time, then maybe you should heal. Oh, Xenon died? I see.
Man, this thing's huge.
Wait, are you serious?
How are we supposed to take it down?
Oh, that sucks. They put you all the way back
I have
here?
an idea.
Ooh.
We need to reach its head.
Alright.
Are you serious? But how
And I
are we
can't
gonna
heal
get
him,
Xenon to
right?
climb up in one piece?
Do you see it? Over there.
It's tracks. Yeah, there isn't much fire concentrated in that spot. It might just work.
I'm trying to remember when the last time I did a legit save in the game was. I think it was before this section. Yeah, this really sucks. If we fail again, especially on what's essentially an escort mission, we might lose like an hour of time, because I think our nearest save point was pretty far back, and if I needed to grind in order to beat it, it might be kind of hard to do. We'll see. Tried changing equipment a little bit. I can't heal him at all, so that's a problem. We try using the special attack routines more aggressively in the phase when we're defending him.
That's it. Okay, next.
Jump would get punished for there, I guess.
We're not done yet.
Alright, so we gotta kill the turrets again, and then we gotta try to kill these things as fast as possible.
Hey,
It might be a DPS check, though, that punishes you for playing a melee character. I bet if you're ranged, you can just kind of snipe them all down really fast from the center.
Justin, what are those things?
Those are anti-LBX turrets.
This tank has everything.
Listen, Van. We have to destroy these
Kingdom
anti-LBX
press skip
turrets
button.
and deactivate the electromagnetic barrier to move on.
Looks like we have no choice. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Ow. Don't worry about getting hit. Okay. If I die a second time, when I attempt this again, I might try to equip rather than healing items since I can't use them on Justin. Some like attack up items so I can kill the other robots a little bit faster. And if I die on that third attempt, then we'll reload a save and try to grind somewhere and do something else to try again. I don't think that there's a grinding point nearby though, so hopefully things will just work out in this attempt or the next one. Okay. Fingers crossed. It is.
Okay, this is it. The control terminal. Let's see. Weapon system. Targeting system. Here we go. The emergency shutdown system.
Have you figured out what to do? Whoa, there's
Maybe
more of those
activate
guys
the
left.
emergency shutdown system. That seems like a good plan.
Van, I'm gonna crack the code for the emergency shutdown system, but I need your help. Buy me time.
Don't you worry. I'll
No
keep
problem.
Xenon safe.
Hopefully. Oh, I lose all my special attacker team meter there too. That sucks. Come on.
Okay, next.
Can you stop hitting him, dudes? So I can't really body block either. And it does this little like mini cutscene where it just lets all the enemies respawn, basically. Instead of being able to just keep them all dead at once. It just has to make it harder. Certainly works.
Don't get carried away. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Special attack routine.
See how many of these I can do at once.
Okay, next.
Yeah, see, we're giving them a chance to respawn again here. Alright, I think we were like a hit away from winning last time, too.
Is that all of
That's too
them?
bad.
They keep coming.
Just a little longer, Van. Once I break through this firewall, I should be able to activate the emergency shutdown.
I won't let you lay one finger on Xenon. Battle on!
Oh wait, no, we got to that part last time.
Oh yeah, bring it on! Okay, next. I can feel the power.
Special attack routine.
Might be too far away from this guy. Yeah, okay, it worked.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, see, it just pauses arbitrarily to let them pop in. Do more damage.
Can't get carried away.
Try to body block a little
That's
bit.
it. Oh yeah, bring it on.
Special attack routine. Lightning strike.
Yeah, immediately, exactly. Alright, we might be okay now. I don't think we got to this cutscene last time. I think we were very close to it, though. We'll let you lay a finger on Xenon. I'll let you lay several fingers on Xenon. I didn't say anything about letting a rocket on Xenon or a lance. Just no melee characters can touch him.
It's over.
That was awesome! You have some serious skills, Justin!
Yeah, Justin is the awesome one there. Oh wow, that was enough XP to get 2 level ups. Yeah, I would have preferred if they had split that up after the turret section, give you some XP, and then have you redeploy for that next part. Generally in video games, I'm not as much of a fan of objectives that have, well, I don't know. I like having a meter that you have control over, like being able to heal it in some way. If it's your own health total, that makes sense, but... That is an interesting mission design of protect the character. Like, that's a thing that should happen in fiction, so maybe it's a thing that should happen in video games. I don't know why that feels more frustrating than a more traditional don't lose your own hit points type level. I also didn't notice Xenon's hit bar in the first attempt, so that certainly helped. That's why I was like, why did I die? I thought I was at full health. Oh man. Suspicious chubby dude. Mr. Howard Campanelli. Listening in. Andrea has been watching this like kind of soap opera show on Netflix called Revenge, and like the basic unit of plot movement in that show is a conversation being overheard, or somebody like noticing someone else making out, like through a window or around a corner or something. And I was making fun of it, but I guess that's really how a lot of Shakespeare is written, right? That's how the plot moves forward, is someone overhears a conversation. Actually, I don't know how many times that's ever happened to me in my life, that I've had a conversation that somebody eavesdropped on and it changed the path of my existence in some noticeable way.
This is the end of the line, Howard.
That might just be due to
Hand
my
that case over to
paranoia
me.
about eavesdropping.
Get out of my way. Did you hear me? Move now! Do you even know what you're doing? The fate of the world depends on that case.
Cool looking anime glasses, man. It's super cheesy, Yukupo. Andrea likes potato chip TV. Can't really blame her. Oh, so much for him being a bad guy. Yeah, just, you know, push him out of the path of the truck and then continue to stand in the road. Don't, like, use your momentum to push both of you out of the way. The deer in the headlights approach to saving someone's life is often the most efficient. Because he was a legit good guy. They're not going to show us the street pizza. This is rated E for everyone. Getting hit by a truck is a good, safe for kids way to murder somebody. Didn't recover. He's gone. Specific choice of words. Probably bad that, like, the most morally correct center compass of the story, who also had the most power, is now dead. I'm gonna fill that vacuum. Head Starking it up. Totally a good safer kids way to murder somebody, absolutely. Shooting them is a little bit more violent. We usually don't try to do that. There's a reason why the foot soldiers in the Ninja Turtles cartoon return into robots, so that the turtles could actually use their weapons. I think falling out of a window is another safer kids way to murder somebody. Defenestration is very E for everyone. Too powerful for his own good. I love that there's a different approach in a lot of anime to designing the evil characters. There's some shows and movies that subvert that pretty well.
Ominous Fairy Tale Project.
The Ominous Fairy Tale Project. Cool chapter title. It's very Japanese. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has a villain that subverts the whole, that person's clearly a bad guy. Actually, Joss Whedon's generally pretty good about that. Oh, now Van is traumatized? He doesn't have, like, kid PTSD from all the other toy murder that's been going on? Somebody getting hit by a truck, an everyday occurrence. Something that's way more likely to happen to him than being shot by a small robot. Now that's got him crying in the bedroom. Come on, kid. Someone's probably been hit by a truck on your street before. Maybe in the future, like, pedestrian deaths are very uncommon because most people are smart enough to, like, push people out of the road and hold the momentum throughout. Yeah, explosions are a kid-friendly way to kill. That's true. As long as they die off screen and there's no body left over. Yeah, he probably saw pretty grisly. He didn't just see broken glasses, presumably, right? Emergency staff meeting hype. Yeah, right, Kevin. The edgy anime game would have handled that very differently. Has anyone died in the Pokemon anime? There's an episode where a Pokemon dies, right? It's super sad. I haven't watched it in like 15 years. Yeah, I hear the ESRB is not like what adjective would you use to describe the MPAA and the shitty stuff that they do? Like, they're pretty fair in their ratings, I guess is the point I'm getting at. Ash got petrified. Yeah. I thought there was an episode, like a really sad episode about like a Butterfree dying or something. Yeah. I've read, oh man, I was trying to see if I can find it. Somebody posted like the style guide for a bunch of different cartoons. So they were saying like, here's how you should animate Peggy Hill from King of the Hill. You should never try to make Peggy Hill look sexy. That's contrary to her character design. And all that sort of stuff for like The Simpsons and Futurama, since they often use a lot of offshore animation facilities. But there was a style and writing guide for Pokemon. And if someone can find it and post a link, that would be cool. But it was talking about like the 20 rules of Pokemon. And I think one of them was talking about being careful talking about Pokemon death and like having people in the universe never eat meat because you don't want to imply that they eat Pokemon. And there's a couple instances where that gets violated, but it's a really interesting system. They have that for like Wile E. Coyote cartoons too. I think there were only 3 rules for Wile E. Coyote. The most important one being that you always have to sympathize with the coyote and not with the Roadrunner. Wish them back with the yeah, collect the 7 Pokeballs. Exactly. Yeah, I guess that there's some mistakes with that, or they develop those set of rules over time. They don't think they really explicitly state that people are all vegan or vegetarian in the Pokemon universe, but they also, if they show somebody eating, it has to be like rice or something. It can't appear to be Pokemon meat. Especially since animals don't exist in the Pokemon universe. Animals are Pokemon. Graveglaive is a pretty cool name for a weapon. Oh, it's the one he currently has, isn't it? Hmm. We had Defender 3.0, right? Yeah. I don't think the Tauros Pokemon, I don't think that was a rule in 1996 when Pokemon first launched, but since then, let me see if I can find it. Rules for Pokemon anime. Write it down, I should click F5 until this works. Never refer to Pokemon as animals. Oh, there's an image one, but it's off Imager. I'll look for it later. Put it in Discord. I think they're allowed to present it in the context of something bad, like Cubone's mom, right? But they can't just like casually say that Pokemon eat each other, or that humans eat Pokemon that we don't dislike because they're bad guys who capture them or enslave them or what have you. I guess. Way to sound enthused about helping out your friend, Amy. Just give up. Tepig Bacon. Tepig was that's a pretty clever name for that Pokemon. I'd like to see them be a little bit more clever with the starters in the future. They've got a couple other Trinities that they could work with. PETA. don't know if it actually tells me which of the places I'm supposed to take the elevator to. Okay, it's not in here. Should take it a different way. Let's do the CIO HQ.
I've called you all here today to make an announcement. I'm Tyler Osgood, your new president. Everyone, the first issue that I need to address as your president is clear to me. It's a big change, but effective immediately, our entire senior board of directors is fired.
Whoa, dude. Nani desu ka? Is this actually Tyler Osgood or is he a robot? Shit's getting real in this game, man. Yeah. Oh, that's super dark. Name your baby. Oh, now he's got an evil white suit. Yeah, everything's fine with the company, no problem. I just fired everyone. Miss Friedman is really, really good at HR. She'll be able to hire everybody, no problem. Yeah, I need my nihilism button, right? Say whatever you want about the tenets of National Socialism, dude. At least it's an ethos. We believe in nothing, Lebowski. Meanie used to be a renowned fighter pilot? Okay. Miney is a top mechanic. Very good. I mean, maybe the Tyler Osgood guy isn't secretly evil, but that seems like a weird thing for him to do, and the way that they shot the little anime cutscene where he was firing everybody didn't seem like he was a nice guy. Oh man, prostrating himself to apologize. Well, I don't know if he's human yet. As far as I know, he's a robot. Yeah, robots reason. They're sapient. They're just like us. Dream of electric sheep.
Grandfather, you were involved in Damon Osgood's death, weren't you?
What nonsense.
Do you think I believe that?
Well, if you don't, what do you plan on doing about it?
Wonder how long his grandpa's been a robot.
Fine. Then this is our goodbye, Grandfather.
He just got to remind us that he's still a spooky robot. This game kind of like takes the path of being different episodes of the anime, so it makes sense that they remind you what's going on. Yeah, it's a good question, sir. Maybe because it is an evil sci-fi Fortress of Doom? There's Mega Man with it. Master Kaido! It's okay, Alfred. We can go be Batman somewhere else. I don't think we know anything about Justin's parents. Don't you think that might be a turnoff for investors, though? We might be the baddies. Yay, Hans and Dax Sendo. The most Star Wars named character ever. Don't have my strong protagonist anymore, though. That's worrisome. That's a really cool weapon. Chainsaw blade. I think the context of that quote is that Andrea was like going to give me a wet willy on stream or something like that, and I said, don't do that. And she's like, why? It would be kind of hilarious. I'm like, I'm not going to like punch myself in the dick over and over just because it would be kind of hilarious. It's not a good reason to do anything. And the correct answer to that is it's a good reason to do everything. Alright, so Staff? Staff is probably closer to Spear. If I'm going to control anybody, it may as well be Mr. Sendo. Mr. Dax Sendo. I think I'm going to throw a small amount of grease on him until I get to a shop. The Jackass guys beg to differ. They've made a career out of dick punching. Auto dick punching too, right? Oh, it counts as a hammer? Okay. Should be able to go restock him and double check how I can make him the active party member. I think I can do that. Right. Or is it going to force Amy? She's already listed as the leader. Okay, we just move him to the top. Oh, that's easy enough. I think they may have skilled Dax level with everyone else's. Or maybe we just lucked out and let the timing worked out. Is that a kick-ass chain wallet that he's sporting there? I can tell what that is. He's got a little half mini skirt. I used to have a chain wallet in my Jenko jeans too. Didn't want anybody to steal my bus pass. I don't think I've actually carried anything important. My student ID number. I could get discounts at the movie theater. Oh geez. Oh, he just has a really long shirt on. Way longer than his jacket. There we go. Hooray. Yeah, I thought it was too, from a distance, as it looks like. Yeah. Almost positive that's what it was. I know. Well, it's the future where, like, it's really fashionable for people to wear capes, so I guess having really long shirts that almost go down to your knees and wearing a jacket on top of it is acceptable. I guess if it's acceptable to walk around with a trench coat that's, like, open to your bare chest, anything could go. I'd love them to bring back chain shirts. I just don't feel protected when I'm out in public. Fortunately, like, most of the people who work in science are huge nerds, so maybe if we ever, like, develop carbon fiber clothing, we'll call it mithril. That would be cool for a sci-fi setting. I'm sure there's got to be a sci-fi setting out there where they've made some kind of super durable material and call it mithril with a capital M. Yeah, exactly, Kubo. Great minds. I love the Lord of the Rings movies, but if there's one thing Peter Jackson likes a little bit too much, it's like really, really long, slow-motion death scenes that end up not actually being death scenes. That's one of them. I think that death scenes work better when they're sudden. Another thing that Joss Whedon does really well. She's like, oh shit, that just happened. Whoa. Andrew and I watched another movie that has swift and sudden death scenes. We watched The Departed on our flight back from Australia. I hadn't seen it before. Pretty good movie. The psychologist character is a huge joke. Yeah, I mean, I like the Lord of the Rings movies because I think that they're an example of something that's more important than it is good. Like, I was a huge Tolkien nerd and, like, you know, saw all of them at midnight on release night when they came out back in the day. But I think we have to accept that Tolkien was a linguist, not an author, and that he wrote The Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion as an excuse to use the cool words and the languages he made up, primarily Elvish and Dwarvish and Black speech. A lot of people depart in that movie, Gummy. How old are you, Propagable, when the Lord of the Rings movies were filmed? That's a movie that's probably older than I want it to be, isn't it? He could have been a hobbit. Holy shit, 2001. That is older than I wanted it to be. 15 years old. Maybe he is in the movie. What about Acorn? Sounds like a code name. No, it's actually like a literal acorn. Sindarin borrows from Finnish. That's cool. I really like Elvish. I'm not a linguist, but I'm a linguistics nerd. Okay, so we continue the trend of people where it's okay for them to enter business transactions with their chests bared. That dude is a Final Fantasy character all day. I don't know if Kingdom Hearts 3 is ever going to be a thing. Tetsuya Nomura is so bad with deadlines. He might be one of the worst... Well, okay, no. I forget the name, the Cult of Personality developer behind Ico and Child of the Colossus. That's pretty bad, too. Comparably bad with Last Guardian. Child of the Colossus turned around pretty fast, but Last Guardian was hyped for the entire PS3 cycle, as was Kingdom Hearts 3. Filthy, how dare you? I just took a bath. Nemesis. And they have not yet exhausted the pool of cool names for tiny robots. Yeah, right? Hey, Kevin, you don't know about this guy. He probably keeps his elbows off the table. That's called prejudice, my friend. Hey, Retro, how you doing? Good seeing you. Those glasses were so broken. See, I don't really get the sense that them fighting had anything to do with him getting hit by a truck. If he got shot by an LBX, that'd be one thing. That might have been a little bit too violent. Lucifer? Oh, that's even better. What's wrong with Lucifer? It just means Lightbringer. Come on, Western censors. Calm down. Okay. I actually just asked this question. What happened to Justin's parents? His grandpa's already dead, and his current grandpa is a robot who killed his parents. Well, that's a pretty gnarly looking image. Alright, so their androids are like legit Terminator robots with skin on them. They're not like Blade Runner androids that are mostly identical to humans. Oh, I know why it got changed. We're goofy over here. It's the same reason they changed Longinus to Spirit Lance in Final Fantasy X. I think that's becoming less of an issue in the West, especially in the United States. I didn't know that Justin figured out that his grandpa was responsible for his parents' deaths, or... Well, if a game is 90 hours long... I think of a really long game that comes out at reasonable dev time. Alternative mode? Oh, okay. So he has a Super Saiyan mode now too. Wow, that's a ton of mail all of a sudden. Trustin Van. Oh, I guess I must have had some earlier. Another Osgood died of an accident. Oh, so it makes you wonder if the Osgoods are robots too. Goliath. Cool. Van, please help. Oh, that's exciting. It's a cool way to use the mail to tell the story from a character who's not, like, standing next to us. Yeah, but Assassin's Creed, like, the 100%ing... I think Assassin's Creed is the perfect example of a game that 100%ing it is squeezing blood from a stone, beating a dead horse. Like, It's, oh, you know, go dive into 50 hay piles, or go collect 20 shmoobaloos. Like, you're just repeating the same task X number of times, and that's what takes time. It's not like Mass Effect 2, where the different missions are all unique. I think that's what ends up taking time. Bethesda is actually pretty good at putting out pretty huge games, but they're also notoriously buggy and feel kind of unfinished. Fallout 4 was announced and pretty much came out in the same year, didn't it? Same for Skyrim and Oblivion. There weren't a lot of delays there. Well, I kind of dodged out of the way, and I moved right back into it. Oh, he gets alternative mode on his own. That's cool. He's still gonna die immediately. It's too bad. I'm gonna actually die in this random battle here. This would be a decent time to grind if we really needed to. I'm tanky enough to be able to avoid most of the damage. Yeah, just point in a stupid way. Yeah, isometric's the way to go for you, Johan. Andrea started Fallout 3. I don't know if she's gonna finish playing it. She didn't like not having any sense of what to do. She really likes that, like the Tomb Raider games, for example, give you the survival vision. Tells you basically where to go if you want to progress the plot. I think that's supposed to be the fun of the Fallout games, right? That you don't know where to go and you just kind of explore and figure it out as you move along. I think that's stressful for her, though. I do like the breadcrumbs mechanic in games, especially when it's made optional, like it is in Tomb Raider. Explore if you want to, but press this button and we'll highlight the path to progress. Seems like there's not much point in like fully repairing his LBX because he's probably just going to die again because AI is AI. I'll just use a small grease whenever he dies. Seems reasonable. There's random battles, you think we see those little security robots. It's interesting. I'm glad they don't put it back into the chest. What's the game that does that? Oh, Skyward Sword. If you open a chest, or not Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess. If you open a chest in that game and you're already like full on rupees or items, it makes you put the item back in the chest, and it doesn't tell you that you already interacted with the chest. I don't know, did they change that in the HD re-release for Wii U? I'd even be okay if it just like marked the chest with whatever the item was that was inside of it. Yes, middle level. Yeah, I hear you. For me, most of my experience with isometric was I played a shitload of Diablo 2 in middle school. I beat Baldur's Gate 2 once. I think I started Baldur's Gate, but most of it was Diablo. Probably should hit that chest before I press this button. Oh, it's one of these puzzles. I like these puzzles, they're fun. Let's go get all the chests first. Presumably there's still a potential for random battles in here, though. I think our inventory is persistent across characters, so I should be able to switch out his weapon. Should have grabbed a... yeah, Graveglaive. That's a pretty significant upgrade. I should have gotten a shield upgrade too, but I forgot. Oh, really, Jan? That's awesome. I love rust monsters. Such a messed up thing to make your party deal with. It's one of those enemies that, like, if your party is D&D savvy and they encounter one, it's like, oh shit. Hitman. Let me give Numbnuts some healing items this time, how about? Yeah, that would probably help you a bit, wouldn't it? Rust monsters are cool. Beholders are fun as well. I know 4th edition gets a lot of flack, but they did some cool stuff with trying to make solo monsters interesting. They recognized that in earlier editions of D&D, like, having you fight a single enemy, the fact that there were 4 or more people in a party, they had the advantage of additional actions and probably win. So they did some cool stuff in 4E of making solo enemies actually challenging, giving them multiple turns, that sort of thing. Holy shit. Hit him like a truck, man. His AC must be really shitty or something. There, using your healing item. Good job, buddy.
Special attack lightning strike. Break all over you.
Nice. He tried to jump. So much loot, most of it which I don't care about because the Deku gear is garbage. Alright, so that's going to change the way the first switch moves, if I understand it correctly. There's a lot of good design decisions in D&D 4th edition. Thinking about the way D&D's worked in the past, I really like the idea of iterating on a gaming system and seeing what works and what doesn't work and trying to fix it over time. One of the things they notice is that monsters tend to only live for like 5 rounds at best in a typical combat, so why give them a stat block that, you know, assumes that they're going to last for hours, weeks, or days? Reduces the complexity, but play Pathfighter. Yeah, rust monsters would be pretty awful there. Yeah, if anyone in chat hasn't played D&D before, a rust monster is what it sounds like. If it attacks you, it rusts and destroys your weapons and armor. I think it can break your magic weapons and stuff too, right? At least as far back as 3rd edition. So you're like, yeah, no, I don't want to mess with that. Kaiser? That thing's got a cool guy stance. Defeat Kaiser. The LBX controlled by the final boss, Robot Man. Presumably he has a controller or someone who built him, right? Yeah, any metal. So like druids are pretty good at dealing with rust monsters because I think they're prohibited from using metal stuff, at least in earlier editions of the game. It's definitely the type of enemy that's specifically designed to mess with a certain kind of player. He's a robot. He's an evil robot who runs an evil group of terrorists that play around with toys to take over the world. Kaiser. Oh, they live off the iron in your blood. That's cool. He's an evil terrorist who likes using toys. Oh, Broken One, you'll want to whisper that. Or DM it on Discord. Maybe, I could see that being the case, sir. That could be cool. Yeah, look at that. Juggle kill. That's living the dream right there. Nutty? Oh, he falls over. Because that makes sense. There's a save point somewhere around here, right? He beat his robot and he just like falls over dead. This was the first switch, right? Okay, cool. I think we have to rotate it one more time. Dread building is totally the thing. Absolutely. Well, that gets us back to the platform we were just on. I think we want to go to the northeast door, though. Oh, wait, no, that might actually be where we want to be. This one actually rotates? Yeah, I'm moving sub-block to float Monday through Friday instead of locking it on Mondays. It's gonna change things up a little bit. Andrea and I are gonna have the Monday evening engagements. We've got a the Los Alamos National Laboratory has a bunch of people that do this like casual marching band thing, and they asked us to join them. So I'm gonna be playing cymbals, and she's gonna be playing the Glockenspiel for funsies on Monday evenings for practice. So I'll probably still do sub-block on some Mondays if it can end before I have to be at practice, but I can't do it every Monday. For folks that prefer to go late. We're also going to have some weird weeks since we've got people with anniversary sub-block bonus time and subscribing for over a year. We'll try to keep the general rule though of 2 days a week dedicated to games from voting spreadsheets. Some time spent on whatever franchise I'm focusing on, currently the Souls series. A free play game, which right now is Monster Hunter Generations. We'll see how close we get on Albert Odyssey, because I think that game is fairly short for a JRPG, based on how long to beat reports and D-Rocks. He's been busy. I'm waiting to hear back from him. He's got a 5-hour block coming up, so that's not easy to ensure he'll be there for the whole thing. Well, that takes us to the door. Let me go in this one and make sure this isn't actually progress. Don't think it is, but I got turned around with that boss fight. No, I think this is where we came from, so we want to go the other way. Just in case. They did that joke a lot on the Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego game show that was on PBS back in the day. The guy's name was Justin Time, one of the villains who worked for Carmen. Well, I guess the positioning of the chest gives us a clue there.
Ding, 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 ding.
The chest are at what point? And I'll sneak back to it after this fight.
We need to make headway here.
But it was pretty fun this week. We went last night for a marching band thing. I can like casually play drums. I'm self-taught, mostly from Rock Band actually. I've never actually used marching cymbals before. I played trumpet when I was in marching band in high school. They don't have any sheet music for me either, so I'm just like, just go with your gut. I go, okay. Oh boy. Aw.
Giving an end to this.
Special attack routine.
Ow.
Special attack
Dick.
routine.
Special attack you in the face.
Lightning strike. Breaking blow.
I don't think I've opened... I think I probably opened, I don't know, say 100 chests in this game, and there may have been an interesting item in exactly one of them. It's usually like, oh, okay, maintenance grease, or repair kits. I'm trying to think of a game I've played where chests have always been really exciting. Where is it? You're talking about the one I already opened, are you? No, it's not new. For whatever reason, Twitch doesn't have it in their games browser. It's on YouTube as Little Battler's Experience, because there's a cartoon and it's been localized in the West and everything. Oh, so not terribly far ahead of me then, Plaster Master. Interesting. I've gotten to the point in Persona 3 where I think it's clicked for me. It seemed like a lot of just like random, all over the place, edgy anime in the first 2 sessions, but now that I understand exactly how the exploring the dungeon and progressing the social links and really having one thing that you can do per day and having to analyze that opportunity cost, that makes it less stressful from like an option paralysis perspective. I was kind of worried about that, like, oh my god, I can talk to everybody in town, you know, I need to be talking to all these people all the time. It's like, well, no, really, you're just picking one of them to talk to. And when you break it down into a choice, that's a lot more tolerable. It's like the fatigue system. It seems like that's something that should be frustrating, but I think the fatigue system is great. Give you a reason to stop exploring Tartarus for a bit. Yeah. It's nothing like Dark Souls, but Dark Souls also has a break-in period where, like, when you first start playing it, you don't really know what kind of game it is or what it's expecting of you. You don't really understand the bonfire system or the humanity system. But after a couple hours, it clicks, and you're like, okay, I get how this works. I understand what's expected of me. And then that intuition follows into the other games. I have a real-life friend who was trying to play Bloodborne without having played any of the Souls games and was just stuck, with good reason, because the game doesn't do... It almost assumes that you've played a Souls game before. Making it more open at the beginning. That's good. It did seem like... I didn't feel when I was playing Persona 4 that the game assumed that I had played a Persona game before. That's a failing, I think, of the Monster Hunter games. They're really cool, but like I booted up Monster Hunter Generations, and it basically assumes that you've played Monster Hunter before. I think it gives you an option of have you played yes or no as far as determining your UI, but I don't think that changes the progress of the story at all. Right. Yeah, it's a smart system. I think it's clever, Propagable. I wish that it was more visible. I wish you could like look at a meter or something. Because like, you know, the stress meter is something that's visible in Darkest Dungeon, which is a similar concept. Explore as long as you can until your heroes can't take it anymore. I think that, like, games where a big focus is opportunity cost assessment and, like, risk-reward analysis, that's really interesting to me. I like that kind of thing in video games. When it's manageable, that's why I don't like RTS games, because it feels like every second of time that passes is opportunity cost. Pausing to think about what you want to do is you're not doing other things. Yeah, I agree. Oh, you can do /W space peek space whatever you want to say, or you can go on Discord and just click on Peek's name and send a message. Yeah, thanks, sir. It's my perception that they are, though, retro. It's the idea that in a turn-based game, there is always an optimal move, and you have unlimited time to figure out the optimal move. But and even in like an MMO where like you have a global cooldown, like there's an optimal move and you have a 2 seconds or however long the cooldown is to figure out what it is. In an RTS, like as many times as you can click. If you can, they talk about like APM, if you can click more, you can be more effective, because you can respond to things more quickly. The clock is always ticking, and if you're not, you know, actively building buildings or moving units, at the end of the day, if you're doing like the single player campaign, that doesn't matter. It only really matters in extremely high level competitive play. But since I like thinking about what's my optimal move, I get stressed out in an RTS, even in a single player campaign. Just yell at it. You got it. Curtis Cole. It looks like I got you there, Broken One. Thank you. Oh, hey, Ludifex. How you been? Long time no see. What you been up to? I know, right, Kevin? I think that's why it's my problem. I definitely recognize that, and that's how I'll be able to play them when I play it on Twitch. But the way the reward center in my brain works, it's finding or coming close to the optimal move. And it's like you will never achieve that in an RTS. You could always have been better. Are you going to PAX Prime again this year, Ludifex? Yeah, I hadn't heard of this game before Twitch either. It's like the genre of piloted robot fighting in Japan. It's a little bit more kid-oriented. I think it's kind of capitalizing on Pokemon. Occupies a similar territory. There's a companion anime. Yeah, this is loaded up. It's pretty cool. The action combat system. You can customize your robots. Awesome. Yeah, we should meet up, man. I'm going to be there too. I'm going to be passing on TwitchCon this year. We got early badges from Club PA and got a not-so-great hotel, but the hotel's all sold out within minutes of the badges going on sale, so we're like a 15-minute walk or so from the convention center, which really isn't that bad. Probably means we'll be able to eat dinner somewhere that's not super crowded. Yep, I'll be there all 4 days too. That'll be cool, man. Propagable. Just so happens we're playing 2 anime games with Pokemon-like elements. Wasn't Pokemon really the first thing to do the whole we're gonna do a game and have a companion anime at the same time? That's pretty common nowadays, but I don't know if that's always been a thing. Yay! That's the Infinergy engine is the perpetual emotion device they accidentally built while making toys for children. All 3 of those games are Pokemon. Oh, did Fire Emblem have an anime? I didn't know that. I guess it may be marketed in the West, I should qualify. Right, yeah. The toy TV show crossover is something that's been going on forever. Like G.I. Joe, the Ninja Turtles cartoon, and Transformers were all toys, the show. Oh, Darkest Dungeon is nothing like Pokemon. Really? The Fire Emblem anime was first? Interesting. So like the very first NES game was based on an anime? Shadow Dragon, I think it was called? In the entire 80s. They try to conceal it a little bit better now. They've got the like the Skylanders, Disney Infinity stuff. Oh, okay. You're talking about in the West, I follow. Is the name of the plant Lottawatt plant? Heavily guarded. I love their effort to try to localize this. I think this is my favorite theme from the soundtrack so far. Is it a rocket? Question mark? Oh, that's the end of the chapter. Right on. I think this game has 12 chapters, maybe 13. I assume that the end of it is longer than the rest, so don't know if we'll beat it today. We've got about a little less than 3 hours left. But it seems likely we'll beat it next week. I don't know, man. The basic premise of the plot that primarily 10-year-olds use this cool thing in the universe to fight each other for fun, but we're gonna have to employ the 10-year-olds to save the world from evil adults that are using those cool things for evil is shared across Pokemon and Little Battler's experiences plots. And Persona and Shin Megami Tensei have collect monsters and have them battle for you. Persona is more of a single player, well, not single player, more of a traditional JRPG where the Persona fill in as like jobs, like a job system almost. But Shin Megami Tensei, as I understand it, is straight up Pokemon. It's painful. I still need to play all the Dragon Quest games other than 8. Be good to get to them on stream. I could do a franchise focus for that, but oh my god, that would take forever, wouldn't it? Some of those games are really long. Maybe that's the way to do it, though. Are there any that are worth skipping in 1 through 8? I know that 9 is kind of contentious. Alright. Use a sword and board, spear and shield. Oh man, He-10. You gotta tell me, how blind are they? Can you avoid the Kefka thing? I feel like that's almost unavoidable if you follow Final Fantasy at all. That would be so cool to see though. It's like trying to watch somebody watch Empire Strikes Back without knowing the Star Wars spoiler. So timed hits, a fusible job system, and like action combat. King's Quest is... I don't think that Johan can get to it because of his computer issues. 32. Oh man. He-10, you should tell them to make a highlight of their reaction to the thing that happened on the floating continent when they get there. And send me the link. That's pretty rare. Yeah, I'd watch it too, Retro. Anything else I need to do before I do this? I guess I can go back to the shop real quick. It is a new chapter, so there might be new armor and weapons in the lake. Yeah, the modern King's Quest. Yeah, I agree, Yukipo. They're very good. You could probably skip the first 3. You can probably start with Final Fantasy IV. 1 through 3 are good, they just haven't aged very well. I feel like they're better to go back to once you've played one of the more accessible Final Fantasies. I've been working backwards through them with my wife Andrea, very slowly. You should beat 4 and 5. I think it's okay to not have beaten 1, 2, and 3. 1 is really hard and very, very showing its age. 2 has a lot of problems. 2 is actually kind of similar to 8 in that it had a really aggressive, innovative idea and didn't really get a chance to innovate or iterate on it at all. Oh, yeah, that's cool, E10. I think I unfortunately knew about that one before I played the game, even as a kid. I don't remember why. Somebody at school must have spoiled it for me. Piercing, fire, so you probably pick the one. Actually, I definitely want fire. Fire is kind of OP in this game. Let's sell all these metals. Don't do shit, give me money. Yeah, oh that's interesting, Propagable. So that was your first time when you played it before. Spikes. Oh, these are way cheaper. No, nothing new on the rifles. Don't think we need any of this stuff. It's one of the new spear. Okay, that was worth it. Oh, I know, right, Retro? It's so much easier for me now on Twitch now that there's a basic group of people that will hang out and chat. When I first got started, that's mostly why I stuck to games that I had played a bajillion times, because I could talk to an empty room about them. Like Earthbound, I know that game like the back of my hand, so I could just yap about it. I've seen some cool thoughts on like how best to do that on Twitch. It can be hard. And Galactic Kodiak will bring up like Reddit, and he'll like read interesting article titles in order to spur some conversation. I think that's a cool strategy. I guess that's even more critical for a Let's Play. The ABT always be talking. Yeah, that would work, Plaster. That's a good solution. You can at least riff on each other, exactly. If you're doing it as a Let's Play and not something on Twitch, you could probably like Skype somebody in and do a screen share. That's a little bit harder to do when you're live streaming it. You're trying to get them to see the game at the same time as you. Yeah, no, I've definitely, as I've progressed on Twitch LootEffects, I've had a preference for playing stuff blind. I think it's more interesting to watch and more interesting to play. Fortunately, there are significantly more video games out there that are awesome that are blind that I've never played. Aldo. I'm Mendeleev. I'm Dongalev. R&D floor, is that right? Yeah, that would be cool. It's really hard. We've talked about this before, but like the skill set of being able to enjoy something with someone when they're playing it blind or they're watching it blind and you know everything that's going to happen. Like being able to have a fun time without giving anything away can be really, really hard. Yeah, I pretty much stopped revisiting games like in quick succession. When I was a kid and I was, didn't have as much money, growing up, we pretty much just got rentals. If I did own a game, I would play it like 50 times because it was the one game that I had. So that's why I played Earthbound and Final Fantasy VI and on Chrono Trigger, Super Mario RPG, like 20 plus times each. All made up our minds. So maybe this is, we still haven't gotten to what the opening cutscene was, which was them piloting the tiny robots.
The final battle to save the world.
That's a pretty on-the-nose chapter title. Yeah, right. Or like roguelike games, like you're pretty much playing a new game of Binding of Isaac every time you boot it up. The penultimate battle. It's possible. We've got 2.5 hours left. If we get into just one battle where we're not high enough level and we have to go back up and grind, we're not going to be able to make it, so I'm not going to count on it. Yeah. Chapter 11 actually went by pretty fast. I don't know, I can never rely on like the number of chapters as a guide. You play something like Portal 1 where like, was it the 19th chapter is as long as the previous 18 chapters combined? That's pretty much half the game. You might nihilism, but hey, thanks for the host, Sir Anderson. Portal is such a good game. I'm excited to play that on stream. I think that it's enough time has passed since I played Portal 1 and 2 that I probably don't remember all the tricky puzzle solutions anymore. Probably do Portal 2 co-op with Andrea as well. She spends about half of the time trying to kill me. I don't know. You can never tell. There was a mission earlier, there was a chapter that was a gigantic fetch quest in this game. We had to go to almost every map in the game and talk to everyone and do a bunch of battles, and it was about 3 times as long as any other chapter. Alright, Godspeed with the drug learning propagable. See you around. Yeah. Andrea has a t-shirt that says, I think Hapex got it for her. This is a co-op game, but I'm winning. Co-optician. Well, she might join us. My friends Kat and Donovan and their son Jaden are coming out to visit next week. We'll be changing up the schedule a bit while they're here. We'll be playing some couch multiplayer games like New Super Mario Brothers, which is marriage poison. I think Tycho called it from Penny Arcade. Technically it's co-op, but there's a lot of things you can do to kill each other. She might join us on one of them. Yeah, it's a pretty cool shirt. Thanks, Mom. Guess we're having the last goodbyes for all the characters here. Presumably it's gonna let me pick my own party. Oh, really? Thank you, Plaster. How many people played? Is it 2? Yeah, actually, if you guys have ideas for strong couch multiplayer games, preferably games that can allow between 4 and even 5 players, I know it's harder to find the latter, shoot me a Discord DM with the deets. I have some games in mind that should probably fill out the schedule. I'm gonna try to do Zelda 4 Swords. I think that would be awesome, but that will be so hard to do because you have to get the Game Boy Advances all hooked up, and there's lots of things that can go wrong. So I'll have to do some testing next week, Wednesday and Thursday when I'm off stream. Okay, that might still be cool. Maybe I could do that with Jaden a little bit, my nephew. Magica would be fun. Can we just be friends like that? Ick is just onomatopoeia. It's the sound of being grossed out, like ugh, ew. Exclamation. I guess it's not onomatopoeia then. That's supposed to be a sound, a word that sounds like the sound it's mimicking, like ribbit or moo. I guess maybe that's the natural human reaction though, too. It's like saying ha ha ha. Is there another word that means that? Human exclamation sound. Oi. Yeah, you know, I thought about doing the 5 TVs thing, Plaster, back when I was pretty serious about Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles and 4 Swords, if we wanted to capture all of it. I think that 4 Swords does something. I was playing around with it in Dolphin. That might be my option, because I do have the Game Boy Advance players, but I'd like to be able to get it on stream in HD. But anyway, I think that 4 Swords Adventures does it where if someone's in one of the little mini dungeons, it pops up on the screen with like a picture-in-picture of what they're doing. So I might not actually have to capture the GBA screens, that would be the biggest problem. Melody. Brothers for Reach hold half the controller. Brothers will be a fun game to do on stream at some point. Not Your Friends, Real Human Basketball. We might do a little bit of, like, Keep Talking. That's a little bit more fun with people in person. So I have a mild preference for, like, games that have a campaign and story, like 4 Swords or New Super Mario Brothers. Something that's beatable to keep in with the theme, but... This will be the final battle. Save again right here, in case we need to go grinding later. Probably make a second save point. I'm not convinced that this game isn't going to put me in there and then lock me out, you know? I think you can loot effects. I would love to do that. I certainly have friends that would be cool to co-host with. The only problem is the delay. It works if you're playing like a multiplayer game that's on a server, so you're experiencing the same thing, so like an MMO or something. But if you're doing a single player game or something else where the other players aren't getting the same experience, that's a lot harder to pull off. Because they'll have an 8-second delay if they're watching it on Twitch. You have to find some other way to get the feed to them sooner. If you're playing on an emulator that has like net play, that's possible. You could do like Secret of Mana on the Super Nintendo and do that 3-player. Yeah, you hear that broken one? That's what I liked about it too. It has one of my favorite like marriages of mechanics and story. Maybe you could do it with like a remote desktop kind of situation where they remote into your computer while you're streaming. TeamViewer or something like that, so they can see the game basically live. You probably have to have a pretty killer upload plan though. I think this is the cutscene from the beginning of the game. I'm wondering if they're going to replay it here. Yeah. That might work with like TeamViewer, actually. Yeah, that would be cool if it's directly through Discord. Discord is just it's great. I'm still I'm still confused how they plan to sustain it, given that it's free and amazing. Like I'm already starting to forget the dark days of TeamSpeak servers and Mumble servers and the like. It's just so easy in just about every way. I know they've talked about doing like cosmetics that you can buy, but I don't know. My pet theory is still that they want to get bought out by Twitch/Amazon and replace IRC.
Battle start!
I won't be defeated. No way.
Yeah, I could have sworn, Plaster, that it would display it on the screen so that, like... Maybe it's only if you're walking to an exit. Is that what it is? It's like if the entire party is at the end of a level, and the other party members have not reached the end of a level in Four Swords Adventures, it puts a little picture-in-picture so you can see what the other person is doing and give them shit for being behind.
Is everybody okay?
Yeah, I've tried to talk my wife into using... They've got a... Well, I guess not at the government lab, but at her old job they use this really stupid, like, proprietary software that some physicists developed for voice chatting, and it was awful. Had all kinds of disconnection issues and mic issues. I'm like, you guys should just use Discord. Just make a server. It's free. Like, you guys are just kind of informally collaborating. Gotcha. Alright. If I do it on Dolphin, though, I might still be able to capture other screens. I'll have to probably spend some time getting the layout to make sense. I already have a problem of screen real estate playing 3DS games, right? Having one big screen and then 4 little Game Boy Advance screens might be kind of ugly. Yeah. Hear that, Leon? Holographic water is pretty cool. Okay. Control room can be our safety save in case we have to leave and do other stuff. Although it looks like they've got teleporters and things that let you leave too. You're not quite locked in. Cool, I see a bunch of people sending me suggestions for games on Discord, thank you. I'll repeat that. If you know of a good couch multiplayer game that allows between 4 and 5 players, send me a Discord DM. Very helpful. Preferably co-op, preferably with a campaign, but competitive stuff is cool too if it's fun to watch. And we might do a little bit of Towerfall, it's a cool game. Come on. There we go.
Is everybody okay?
You get bonus loot if you use a special move to kill the final enemy. Oh, it said mastered. Does it just mean I got to the highest level for the protagonist? I think I've seen that before. Well, something else must have mastered. Didn't see what that was. That's cool. I like things being mastered. I'm sure it's not a bad thing. Ben, oh my god. He's destroying our blinds in this room.
So this is Saturn?
Is this the meaning of
I
Saturn?
just realized we have to make sure it never leaves the ground or we're toast.
Saturn launch in T.
Visual Boy Advance Blaster.
Commencing final preparations. I repeat.
It actually works. If you Google play Four Swords Adventures with Dolphin,
We don't have much time. Come on.
you create 4 different Visual Boy Advance instances and you connect them all to Dolphin, and then you can capture the screens for each of those. Everyone would play from that. Oh, I mastered the polearm. Well, that's cool. It's interesting that it takes pretty much the length of the game without switching weapons for it to happen. I think I need to equip a new fist weapon on Amy. Burning Knuckles. That's a pretty big damage difference. No new gun though. Oh yeah? I haven't tested it yet. It's pretty loony. We're on what's called the final mission, Sir Anderson. Trying to stop the terrorists from using the perpetual motion machine to launch a bomb to do something generically evil. Probably don't want them to use a bomb for any purpose. Yeah, and the main bad guy is a robot. Justin's grandpa. Wait, what does that say? Oh, okay, just giving me a warning. Alright. I'll play around with it and see if I can get it to work. If we can't play it, we can't play it, but it's a dream game that I'd like to be able to do on stream, then Crystal Chronicles. I have both of them and I do have 4 cables.
Is everybody ready?
I guess I could look into what it would cost to get 4 Game Boy Advances. Probably actually 4... Well, no, there's no way to get HDMI. You'd have to do a converter no matter what you do. You wouldn't necessarily need the TVs if you could capture them. When was the last time you tried it, Blaster?
No chance.
Well, the difference in damage on these endgame weapons is quite significant. 2 months ago? Okay. Well, that doesn't bode very well for it, but let's see what I can do. If I could get like a camera feed on at least one person's GBA, probably my GBA, that might be an acceptable solution. Then at least you'd always have something you're looking at. You'll never be in a situation where there's nobody on the TV screen and you can't see anything. It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it could work. I'd have to be really careful though. That game is really finicky. Like if somebody's battery dies on a GBA in the middle of a level in Force Surge Adventures, it kicks you out of the level and you have to start over. It's kind of, they didn't fix it in Triforce Heroes. It has the same problem. If somebody gets disconnected when you're playing online, you lose all your progress. But he's doing fine on maintenance, right? Cool. Oh yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong. Yeah, the tutorial video that I watched for using VBA made it look like it worked pretty flawlessly, but...
So, is everybody ready?
Yeah. I would love to beat that game finally. I've started Force Surge Adventures and what's the other one? Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles with lots of different groups, and we've gotten a couple sessions in, but just like every D&D campaign I've ever played, you know, the getting the people together part burns out and we never actually finish it. So it'd be really cool to actually beat it with the full group. I've actually done the same thing with Seiken Densetsu 3. I've always wanted to play it multiplayer. So I'll get like 2 other people, but then we never actually get around to wrapping it up.
Sorry.
Ooh, that's an interesting idea, Blaster.
Keep up the pressure!
They're able to do the 5TV method. Yeah, yikes. That's maybe not that bad if you can find a place that sells like old shitty junk TVs, because the quality of the TVs doesn't have to be good. You just have to be able to see the game. Talking about a game for the, if you're not sure what the hell we're going on about, there's a game called Zelda Force Swords Adventures. It's for the Game Boy, or the GameCube. There's another game called Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, and the way that you played the multiplayer is that everybody was using a Game Boy Advance as their controller plugged into the GameCube. And then things happen on the Game Boy Advance controller. So like, if you're solving a puzzle together and somebody has to go indoors in Force Swords Adventures, you see them go indoors on the Game Boy Advance. It leaves the TV screen. So if you're playing it on stream, that's remarkably difficult to capture, because if everyone ends up going indoors, suddenly the stream screen is just empty. There's nothing going on. It's very challenging to try to stream it. There might be an emulator option, but Blaster Master is saying it sounds like it doesn't work very well. Even on a pretty beefy machine.
Can't get carried away. Gotta focus. It's all over for you.
Nice. Try to jump. Bad decision. Another thing I could potentially try if it's a CPU load problem, I have a laptop, and so does my wife, and I think that the way Visual Boy Advance connects in is over your network protocol. So maybe I could offload the CPU drain of, 4 Game Boy Advances onto the 2 laptops and still connect them over. I'd still only be able to capture one of them that way, but maybe that's doable. I'll play with it this weekend, and they're in town next week. These are among the things that I do when I'm not streaming, but working on Twitch. You can't do it over a network on a different machine. Gotcha.
Don't think so.
What, putting it on different machines?
Yeah, that's it.
I don't know if I've thought of doing that before. Unless if you just independently tried it.
Nowhere to hide.
We're almost done here.
Finish!
Yes!
I kind of wish that the robot frames in this game didn't level up, that they just had like a set power. It's sort of like the issue with upgrading armor and weapons in the Souls games, is that once you've invested into leveling up an armor set, you really don't want to change it later on. 'Cause I like to try some of these cool parts that are dropping, but the AC level difference between the parts that I'm already using and the stuff that's dropping probably get me in trouble. I'd have to grind up to catch them up to my current level.
Battle start!
Don't think so.
Glad that the strongest staff ends up being Fire Elemental, because, or presumably the strongest staff.
Grim Reaper!
You hit an enemy enough times with fire, it makes them overheat, and they can't attack at all for a really long time, so you can just kind of pummel them. Yeah, I guess the whole AC thing is more for post-game. Well, there's a class of gamers that actually enjoy grinding that kind of thing.
You're gonna lose.
Lightning strike! Breaking blow!
There it is.
Finish!
Is everybody okay?
Hey, Sordas. Talking about trying to find out some way to stream Zelda 4 Sword Adventure for the GameCube, which requires a GameCube and 4 Game Boy Advances. And it is apparently really hard to emulate because of extreme CPU strain. Another new LBX model with a cool hologram wings. Codename Fairy. You know about this LBX? So it's a robot with an AI? Using tiny robot toys for evil. It's been their pattern so far. Now we want to do battle games. He's been pretty good about using those effectively, it looks like. That's good. The TV follows everybody, but the problem is that if everyone goes into an indoor area, the TV is just empty. There's nothing displayed on the screen. Well, it displays like an empty map, but you don't know what any of the characters are doing on the Game Boy Advances, unfortunately. Oh, but I see your point. Like, if player 1 is a GameCube controller and everybody else is a Game Boy Advance, I think if you have multiple players, then everyone has to be on a Game Boy Advance. I don't think you can have 1 on a controller and 3 on GBAs.
Battle start!
Yeah, now it's a cool fairy.
Everybody ready?
Cool blue one that originally had the platinum capsule in it. There we go, there's the overheat. Doesn't seem like bosses are generally... Well, I guess other than the giant monster bosses. Regular size monsters, since the robots are tiny. Generally aren't immune to status effects.
Time to end this.
Yeah. Well, I think even the challenge of getting all of them captured is what's going to be so hard. Like, once you solve the problem of capturing them, then, like, having a camera person becomes a thing. It's a bummer. Well, it's up to you guys. I overheated from failing to get the special attack off. Hooray! There aren't really Game Boy Advance capture cards, because the best you can get is maybe a DS one. And the DS doesn't work with the GBA cable for the GameCube. And most people who would want to capture a GBA would just use Visual Boy Advance anyway. Really, really limited options. You could try to set up like 4 cameras and just capture camera video of the person holding the GBA, but that's wonky. I don't know if we should trust this lady. It's locked? What? The whole time? You son of a bitch. This is the friendly coffee shop guy. Oh, he's the one who built the grandpa android dude. I thought maybe Tyler Osgood was in on it too, with his little "I'm firing everybody's" speech. That's left field for me. Why would you do something like this? Not worth it at all. The world is worthless. Like, what have you learned from the course of this game that tells you the world is worthless? Okay. So he's like the Ozymandias. I guess maybe not that extreme. There's a movie or a book or something that I've seen where the plot is that natural selection is failing because we've conquered everything. We've undid natural selection, so we're going to destroy the world or make life really shitty for everyone so that we can innovate again. I forget what it was.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Yeah, I guess it's that type of retro, 5th person.
4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Well, shit. Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about, Sornos, yeah. Not that Pokemon really has spoilers. Interested, it seems like Sun and Moon might be changing things up finally. Because they pretty much followed a formula since the very first game. Down to like the way the starting town is laid out, the way you approach the gyms.
It won't be long now, Mr. Kaidos. It's about time. Our revolution begins.
Ben, what are you doing? Cat is rubbing his face on the microphone. I apologize for the noises. No, do not bite the headphone cable, Ben. What are you doing? Oh, are you getting brave? You don't think I'll spray you from behind there? Ben. Loot effects. Surprising at this point. What are people complaining about in Sun and Moon? I'm excited for it too. I've liked every Pokemon game I've played. They're good games. They just haven't really changed things up. Dad! Oh, there he is. I've stayed away from it, so... Is there like a top 3 complaints thing? Alexa's backstory. Oh, okay. This is basically the plot of that show Revenge I was talking about earlier that Andrea is watching. X and Y. I think they've just moved to let's do 2 things that are opposed that have a bonus 3rd thing in case we decide to do a tertiary game. Oh, it's a bummer, Plaster. Pokemon treble and bass will be a thing. Benedict Timothy Kittleton Cumbercat, what are you doing? You trying to pull the PlayStation 3 off its desk? Some people's cats, man. They could probably hit up the Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast guys on the Magic the Gathering team. Like, they always name their new sets using like 3 words that are related. Lock, stock, and barrel. Should probably make a Ben troll emote. One of these days. I don't think people should complain about the gyms. It's almost impossible for Nintendo, right? It's like every Pokemon game is the same. This new Pokemon game is too different. Like, oh my god, make me mind. Yeah, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, you could all argue still fit the color paradigm. Silver, gold. Right. Yeah, it's really hard. I don't know the solution for sequels. Do you try to really innovate and make it as different as possible, or do you try to keep it as same as possible to keep people around? I've seen really good examples of both. One is riskier. It's the grass is always greener phenomenon, I guess. Yeah. That was one of the really good lessons from that Mark Rosewater blog that you shared, Kami, about the 20 things that you learned from game design, where he's like, your players are really good at identifying problems, but they are garbage at identifying solutions. Do not take anything they say about how you should fix it with an absolute grain of salt. But if everybody comes together and says this is a problem, maybe it actually is a problem. I see. They took a risk on it. Honestly, I think that most of those risks they just need a second try, which is what's troublesome because, like, you know, if you... What's an example? Mass Effect 2. In the Mass Effect 2 original release, there was a lot of negative feedback about the Mako, which is the little tank that you drive around in Mass Effect 1. And so they removed it from 2, and people weren't happy. So they're like, okay, well, let's try again. Let's do a different kind of vehicle. It's called the Hammerhead, and it was really cool. It basically turned the vehicle levels into a platformer, like an exploration platformer. But it had one fault, and that fault was that the Hammerhead was like really, really paper-thin, fragile. It would break really easily, and you'd game over constantly. So people complained about that, and they're like, well, people didn't like the Hammerhead again, so we're just not going to try. And it's like, oh man, you were so close. If you just made a game where it was the Hammerhead, you know, again, it's the why don't they just, but if you tried again and just iterated one more time and made it the Hammerhead but had it be a little bit more resistant, then it would be okay. You don't just have to throw out the baby with the bathwater just because there was a legitimate problem, namely that it was too fragile. Yeah, right, Kami. It's really bad. I would love people to chill out in general and show some empathy for game designers. It's hard, you know, when you're working on something like a game, probably most of your staff is pretty passionate about it. It's not something that you do for the money or the glory because you're working really long, crazy hours. People are just really, really entitled and nasty developers. And they'll often, you know, they'll hear someone saying, hey, can we just be a little bit nicer to insert developer here? And they're like, oh, you're trying to get them, let them get away with murder, like, you know, they're making these mistakes and that needs to be pointed out because we paid money for this and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you can balance those things, though. You can offer constructive feedback. You don't have to be so toxic. Oh yeah, I think Retro really likes XCOM 2 as well, right? Which is that's something that they changed that may have been controversial. Yeah. Right. No, I agree, Sornus. It's like you can feel passionately about not disliking something or not liking something, or not disliking it, I guess. Let other people eat the cake if they think it tastes good. Oh my god. Once we've caught up with Saturn, we'll deploy LBX supported. Of course we will. Alright, so we're going to put our tiny toy robots onto a missile of death to try to deactivate it. That actually seems pretty reasonable for a final mission. No. Next objective is boarding the Saturn itself. The Saturn itself has an LBX hangar, of course. I don't know, I mean, they make as a pretty convincing plot point in the movie Small Soldiers, which the plot of this is quite similar to, that the military would want small soldiers. You know, they have no interest in increasing the size of them to make giant androids. They can do more. It seems silly that you've got a hangar for all these little toy robots, but we've talked about that quite a bit on Twitch. If you guys want to go into that in the spoilers channel on Discord, Kami and Sornus, I invite it. Yeah, Ant-Man does it too. You're right. Peter Russo, or whatever, the Wasp, one of the weaker Marvel villains. Marvel's great at heroes and like rising action and plot, but not so great at villains, with the exception of Wilson Fisk and Purple Man. They got it down on TV. Save again here. I think there's a spot to save, isn't there? Yeah, that's a ticket. I guess it's a similar argument for, what is it, you wonder why there aren't giant animals, really, why they get selected out of existence. Like, they existed for a while, but they didn't survive. Dinosaurs and things like that. Yeah. Kami and I have had the is Ashley actually a piece of shit discussion many times. It's okay to be wrong. This trend of like, sometimes they use, I mean the whole thing is computer animated, but more obviously CG 3D modeled and then flattened. Evil Lex! I guess I should have suspected with a name like Lex.
We've got a visual on Saturn.
LBX Squadrons 1 to 3, ready for deployment.
Stabilizer lock activated.
Open the hatch.
Stand by.
How happy she is. Times where she's discovered space travel and left.
Squadron 1 going in from above.
Is there a story that's the premise?
Cass here. Squadron 2.
It could be kind of cool. I think there's like a webcomic that makes that joke. It might be an XKCD or something.
We'll be fine.
Laser grid attention! The laser grid defense system is charging. Engage your force fields now!
Deploying force field. Online.
Here it comes, everyone!
See you down there. Yeah, for sure, Kaz.
7 units down. Maintain formation. Everyone stay calm and keep formation.
Squadron 1, get ready to board Saturn. Battle on!
All units, cover squadrons 1 and 2 on the approach.
Defeat the enemies in the hangar and get inside the Saturn. Can do. Take them all down. Star Trek Voyager does that? Voyager's definitely one of the weirder ones. There's some good stuff, though. Yeah, right? I know a couple Alexanders. They all go by Alex, though. Or anyone who goes by Lex. You bad guys should maybe consider getting a new brand of evil robot. Dooku isn't really working out for y'all.
Can't get carried away.
Does Star Trek canon is panspermia, right? That some ancient bipedal race like distributed life to all other corners of the world, and that's why most of the species you see in Star Trek are also bipedal, because they all have a common ancestor, ancient astronaut thing. The way Mass Effect addresses that is they say maybe there's something about the bipedal form that's beneficial to space travel, although at least Mass Effect has quite a few starfaring non-bipedal species like the Elcor and the Hanar. Yeah, that sounds right. But that's they're basically having to explain, like, for budget reasons, why everything's bipedal, right? It's one of those things that you almost feel like they shouldn't bother hanging a lampshade on it. Well, maybe, I guess. That's tough. The reason everyone's bipedal is because they have human actors, and it would be really expensive to create an Elcor costume or a Hanar costume or what have you in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But hey, if we can explain it, you know, in universe, that's cool too. Hey, Knight, how's it going? Good seeing you. I'm trying to think, what are examples from fiction where something exists in the story strictly because of budget reasons, but it actually ends up being really sweet despite that? I think that's happened before, right? Creativity from limitations, but in like terms of the plot.
Don't expect me to give up now.
Yeah, I guess I'm not talking about limitations reading creativity in general. Like, we all agree that that's definitely true. You know, like, Clerks is probably a funnier movie because Kevin Smith had so few resources to work with when he made it. But I mean, like, something that's interesting about, like, the backstory of the universe because of a technical limitation or a budget limitation. Hopkins. Yeah, that's a good example, Sir Anderson. Teleporters are super iconic, and they did it because it was really cheap to do. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And would Star Trek be Star Trek without teleporters? Like they come up in the story so often, it's not just a plot convenience, especially in TNG. Right. I don't know if it really happens in video games. Video game where the story was made better due to budget or technological limitations. Hey Salvucci, I've been quite well. How are you? It's been a minute. What have you been up to lately? This has a very, like, if not last mission, almost last mission feel to it. Hopefully there's not like another timed thing at the end where if we fail we go all the way back to the beginning of this. Okay. Here. Really? Another one that I just missed? Must be, right? Can I not target? We have to destroy them through the barrier or something. I don't think they're actually doing any damage. Oh, yeah. You know, I could hear that. Bravely Default in particular. Like, it's a problem in some ways, but yeah, I wonder what came first. What's the chicken and what's the egg there with Bravely Default? Did they know they wanted to do that, or did they end up doing it to extend the length of the game and, you know, get away with reusing assets? Well, I guess I can attack him through the wall, just me though. This is a 3DS game that got voted up on our voting spreadsheet, vote.marcy.com. It is an offline single-player game. I guess you can do some PvP that's like local with other people with 3DSs near you. And it's about little tiny robots that fight each other. It's got a companion anime. Oh, they've got fairies now, that's cool. Oh, there's a different path as well. Let's see. Looks like do we get a full heal each time we go through one of these rooms? I think we do. Once I overheat them, I can probably move on. Yeah. I agree. Like the fly episode in Breaking Bad that people really don't like. I think it's pretty awesome though. That's very character driven. Yep, it's on 3DS. Little Battler's Experience, it's called. I think it's the lowest rated episode of the entire show, Yukiko. I know, right? I thought it was great. Yeah, you build your own mechs. Change out individual parts. Pick different weapons and gear. The plot escalates pretty significantly as you go through. It looks like that was the last stage, so that's good. Disable the laser grid. Oh, it's this douchebag. Oh, we should have brought Hans with us so we could have, like, bare chest versus bare chest. The Fly. Yeah, Breaking Bad. Yeah, you got like a little battery that you can modify. The Chosen One, yeah? Right. Yeah, no, I think I agree, Kevin. I should be careful when I say I don't get why people don't like it, because I really do. A lot of the appeal of Breaking Bad is that something always happens in almost every episode that moves the plot forward, and that episode is almost all just character development.
Is there anything you want to fight for?
Right. Oh, is it the same director? Man, that's still the highest rated episode of television of all time, right? It's hard to tell. The recency bias is really, really strong. Like, there's some episodes of shows now that are in like the IMDb top 250 before they actually are released. It's kind of a joke. But if you let it stabilize after a couple years, it's usually pretty reasonable. That's a pretty sweet looking LBX. Very final bossy. Not only does he have evil wings, evil hologram wings, he also has like the floating rings behind him. And he's got multiple forms, of course. I don't know that this guy's actually the final boss. So this LBX was called Lucifer in Japan rather than Nemesis. Much cooler name. Lightbringer. His second form is like, I look even shittier now. Oh, okay. I'm not as cultured as you are. So the final boss maybe is a hipster? You still have to fight Lex, presumably. Who knew that if you just, like, broke the shit out of your tiny robot, that it would achieve its final form? It might be Chaos, I'm not sure. Seraphic mode. Oh, he's got a Super Saiyan mode, so that's lends credence to it being a final boss. We have a Super Saiyan mode, and a couple of our party members do, but most robots do not. This dude's slippery. Alright. Sidestep is incorrect for that move. Try to remember that. Maybe backstep is an option? Oh, that was a bummer. Definitely has the hit points. Yeah, a lot of Ender's Game is the inner monologue. I thought the movie was decent, having read the book. The series is quite good. I recommend it. It's responsible for what is now a pretty common fiction trope. They're all aping on Ender's Game. I don't know, Serp. That would be in keeping with the JRPG pattern, at least like some of the Final Fantasy games. You meet Zeromus in the last like 20 minutes of the game. He's the final boss. Necron from Final Fantasy IX is probably the worst defender. Like, there is nothing at all even hinting at his existence until you fight him. But I think that was, they were trying to be nostalgic since that's such a common plot device in Final Fantasy games. Except for FF1, actually. Wow, we really don't want to let him do that in the future. That's bad. Probably still has another form in him. Oh, shit, it's a little early. Alright guys, it's on you. This is the final boss. Let's get the anticlimactic final hit from the shitty AI companion.
Finish! You're all connected through our LBX.
Ouroboros. Like best foreshadowed final boss, or like the way just the story progresses in general has smart planting and foreshadowing? That's a good question that affects. I really like 6. There's people in chat who haven't played 6, so we won't go into detail on it, but it feels like a surprise, but it's not an unsurprising surprise. If that makes any sense. BioWare is really good at twist foreshadowing. I think that the way that it should work is that you start to suspect what is actually going on moments before it's revealed. So like Knights of the Republic, not talking about the final boss in that one, but the twist in Knights of the Republic, you start to guess what it is in the dungeon that leads up to its resolution or revelation. I think the same thing in Jade Empire. You start to figure it out. Yeah. It's really hard to do. I think it's really bad if it's pulled out of thin air, and it's almost worse if it's obvious and you know it from the very beginning of the game. Like, you know, Seymour is a bad guy in Final Fantasy X. Holy shit, who knew? Oh, that sounds kind of cool, Jahan. That's pretty awesome. So like tabletop. Benedict Timothy Kittleton Cumbercat, the third. What are you doing? Rubbing your face on the microphone. What's your plan? Do you have a plan? You just know that it gets my attention? You get to eat in like an hour and a half. It's actually earlier than you used to eat when stream ended an hour later. I hadn't heard of Metabots before playing this one on stream. That's really cool, Yahan. Oh, really, Six Gun? That's awesome. Yukupo. I gotta set it up. I don't know if I can do a song for Nihilism, but in the cop out is just quote the Big Lebowski, but I think we'll do that. Soreness. I guess Lucifer wasn't the final boss, unless if this is like endgame wrap-up cutscenes. You know, Yukupo, that might just be poetic enough. Like, but nobody came. There doesn't seem to be anything here. Okay, they're like, in case you're out of grease, we're gonna restock you here. Let me just do that real quick. Wait, did they get a full heal or something? Oh, I guess I don't have any on me right now. Okay, I'm just gonna swap that out soon. Because the plot they just took them away, I thought maybe they'd still let me repair. Mechanically from the menu. The for real is not for play final dungeon, right? Look how tiny they are. That was easy. Still don't really understand why he passed out because we beat his robot up. Maybe like the stress of controlling an LBX just is so intense. You know, you're putting all of your mental effort into it that you're just exhausted. You get knocked out. Oh, the LBX model kits are actual size? That's cool. The final battle to save the world. Spooky Gregorian chanting, this is probably the final boss. Final area. Hey Galactic Kodiak, thank you for the host. How you been? I'm sure you're all following Galactic Kodiak by now. I still need to check out Black Desert. Is it free to play with microtransactions or something? I don't think I ever actually asked. That's a pretty basic question to bring up. Oh, Jiminy Christmas, 22 hours. That's intense. Oh, buy to play. Oh, that's even better. I like that model. Like, inoffensive microtransactions like Guild Wars 2, where they're not really necessary to, you know, to do well. Like, small conveniences. Jiminy Christmas. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. I keep forgetting that that sound effect exists. Oh, the why am I bothering existential crisis? I'm talking about the Guild Wars 2 microtransactions, and when it launched were pretty reasonable. I haven't played it since the end of the first Living Story. Cool, thank you, Sornus. It's okay to be wrong. Yeah, that was what I ended up buying in Guild Wars 2. Like, things like encumbrance and repair kits and things like that. Yeah. I didn't really realize how much I say it. I don't know why I say that. My nephew Jaden is really sensitive to cursing. Like, he doesn't like it. I don't know if that's changing. I told the story about how one time Andrea was like, Jaden asked something about physics and Andrea was answering it and she was like, oh man, that's cool as shit. And Jaden was like, Andrea? I was like, what? Does science have to be so inappropriate all the time? I think I developed it from playing games with him and not wanting to be too inappropriate around me because it bugs him. We tried to convince him that, like, you know, cursing is a thing that responsible and mature adults do with each other in certain, like, intimate situations, like when you are on the same social level. Like, you wouldn't curse to a teacher, you know, you wouldn't curse around people you've just met. In most cases, depends. It's something that can be done responsibly. I think he's gonna get over it. It's a phase. Yeah, me too, Yukupo. I was super straight edge through most of high school. Like I said, you probably wouldn't be friends with middle school, early high school Marstead. You were super edgy as a kid. Yeah. I used to think that, and my parents did not create this, they did not instill this in me. It was just, I don't know why I thought this, but I was convinced that if music wasn't Christian music, it was by definition satanic. And like, my parents listened to all sorts of, like, you know, Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and other kick-ass stuff that wasn't Christian music, but I had just, for whatever reason, we like went to like this Christian music festival every year in Illinois, so I just assumed that anything they listened to must be Christian. And when I found out that a friend of mine listened to Green Day, like, I was really worried for his salvation. It wasn't a fun time. I think cursing is something that's best done responsibly. My sister for a very long time would just swear like a sailor, to the point where the words lost their meaning. Like, they work when it's emphasis and it's used with care. No, I'm not like that anymore. Basically, Youth Marstead is essentially the opposite of modern Marstead. That's awesome, Kevin. I think that's the place to be. Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, that's probably the right mode. Is it knowing when to curse is matching the environment that you're in. I think that like insisting on not cursing to a fault when you're around people who do all the time can be off-putting. So I think it's mature to try to socially match the people you're around. You know, with exceptions, obviously. Yeah, that's what I mean, Kodiak, exactly. My sister, just every other word is the F word, and it's fine, like, it doesn't offend me or bother me, but it's just like, you're not actually adding any value to that conversation. You could cut what you just said in half, and it would mean the same thing. Know your audience. I think that's a pretty common trope with streamers, unfortunately. And it's really attractive to the very young Twitch and YouTube audience, like people who just curse constantly. Totally over-the-top crazy reaction. That's what I'm talking about, though, is like really over-the-top cursing, not like, you know, swearing like a sailor, using it very often, more than I do on stream. I certainly curse a lot more off Twitch than I do hanging out with Andrea, for example, and Andrea curses more than I do. But there's a level of extreme that goes even beyond that. Oh wow, Kevin. I didn't realize that Nevada was that bad. Yeah, it's definitely, arbitrary is a good word for it. It's like, if it doesn't mean anything, then why say it, is more what it is to. It's not that, oh, that's inappropriate, so don't say it. But it would be like having a verbal tic. Like you're really obsessed with one word or another word and you just have to say it. Why bother? If it's something that you can control, like with cursing, then you try to control it. Yeah. Yeah. And unfortunately, too, fuck is a great word. Like, let's be honest. It's one of only a few words that can be used standalone in just about every possible emotional human context and have discernible meaning, discernible and differentiatable meaning in each instance. The other word is dude, I think. Probably think of a couple other ones, but your inflection and facial expression when using that word can mean a lot. But only, I think that only if you use it with some reservation and don't spam it, so to speak. I should probably do F. Well, we get less of the... No, small kid is more net healing. Yeah, her loot effects. It's smart. You can very quickly desensitize yourself to it by watching the Aristocrats documentary. But that's where they get good at using them to pull off the mental imagery. Malarkey is pretty fun. Yeah. Great's a tough one. Yeah, once you started getting into verbal tics, like I'm aware of them. For some reason, I notice whenever I use the word inordinately, and now I'm probably damning myself for pointing it out. I think I used it in the survey. I deleted it to try to think of a better word. It's like, no, that actually is the word I want to use here. You know, don't want to inordinately punish long games. And then I think that our generation, like people that were probably born from 1985 onward, have really adopted opening all of our sentences with the word "so." It's an interesting like space filler that kind of indicates to the people you're talking to that you have something to input, that potentially you have some expertise in the subject you're about to discuss, and that you do not wish to be interrupted. So... I know, Ethan, I'm sorry. It's like, what's the somatic satiation thing, where if you say the same word 50 times in a row, it loses its meaning? But yeah, as another one, to be honest, to be fair, okay as a tick.
Conveyance means show, don't tell.
Yeah, IMO is another one. Most of these, so to be honest, in my opinion, but yeah, to be fair, like they don't actually add any value to the sentence, right? They don't change the meaning of what you just said. It's verbal tick as verbal filler. But I think it's necessary. I'm not saying don't say those things. They're not bad. It's interesting to me that we still do it when we're typing, right? When you're speaking, verbal filler makes sense because you are stalling for time, essentially, to think. Me using the word essentially there had no bearing at all on the sentence. I didn't even realize I said it until after it came out of my mouth. But it let me finish thinking about what I wanted to say. I think it gets worse the more tired you are. Ostensibly. I do like ostensibly. I say that one a lot too. Thank you, Game Saucer. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, now that there's folks around, if you would like to check the Discord channel, the announcement, there's a link to a survey about the voting spreadsheet. Now that we can do mass voting in chat, I can potentially change the vote cost for games to be a function of how long they are, namely that short games are cheaper to vote for. Right now there's kind of an incentive to vote for long games so you get more, bang for your short points buck. So feedback on that survey would be greatly appreciated. If you fill it out, you'll get a passcode at the end to whisper to Peek Peek, and that will let me give you a bonus 240 cert points for helping me out. Yeah, right, exactly, Bo. They can come across as harsh or rude. I've seen people wield punctuation as a sword. Like, I think that the default mode of chat for a lot of people is excluding most punctuation, ending your sentence without a period. But then when something gets serious, you start to say no, N-O period. That means something different than just N-O with an opening on the end of it. And I think that's something that's unique to, like, internet texting type conversations. George went? George went where? Cool, thanks Game Saucer, appreciate it. That's why I'm running a survey. Right, Plaster?
Stay out of my way!
I love the obscure Animaniacs references, though. The Anastasia joke they do. Holy shit, I'm gonna die here. I haven't saved recently. Good god. Y'all chill it out. Ganging up. Guess I'm short of party members, so that doesn't help. Probably live as long as I keep myself healed up. If I can set one of them on fire, that would be helpful too. That's 2. Alright, we're okay now. Johan. Womp womp. I think it's most notable the wielding punctuation as a weapon thing when someone doesn't always do that. When they suddenly convert to typing very...
I'm not just gonna stand around.
Keep dropping pronouns. So keep dropping pronouns, cause rebel. Let's try maintenancing everybody here. That might be part of why Justin died in the previous battle. Hooray! Oh god. Okay, here we go. What does the little tip thing say? Let's go floor by floor. Too many options, game. First floor. Can do. Yeah, I can hear that too, Johan. That has the look of a final room. I think there's gonna be a save point outside here. There is. Good. Which means we came pretty close to wiping last time. Hopefully I get my good party members back. Justin's not too bad. So what you just said, Game Saucer, you say, nah, just mean the first pronoun, so I just mean the first pronoun, right? It's not really necessary. I gotcha. Finally. Actually, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick and play the Long Hallway song. That's basically what this is.
You know what that is? It's the long hallway. You know it's at the end, right? It's the boss. You ready? Let's go beat it. Finally, it's the long hallway at the end again. It's a trope, not a cliche. Judge the day. The boss is right this way. Can't let him slip away. Come and join me in the long hallway. Hallway, hallway. It's the long hallway. Hallway, hallway. The long hallway. It's a pretty cool trope.
You know, I was just thinking on my way to the bathroom that, like, who owns Bloody Tears, do you think? The song, like, the melody Bloody Tears. Because as far as I can, that's the song that Long Hallways from, it's from Castlevania, started with Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. Konami technically owns Castlevania, but does that include, like, the melodies? What would stop the team on Bloodstained, the, you know, successor to Castlevania now that Konami is dead, from doing Bloody Tears, just doing it with different instruments, covering it? I'm actually not sure how rights work for that. Yeah, well, I imagine Konami owns the rights to, like, that particular rendition of Bloody Tears from Castlevania Judgment and every other rendition from the series, but do they own or how does that even work, I wonder? Do you think it's the publisher, though? Do you think it's not the composer? Like, I wonder if Uematsu has any control over the music he's done for Final Fantasy, despite not working for Square anymore. Because he can do Black Mages, right? Without being a Square employee, and I don't think he has to pay any royalties for that. Yeah, I can hear that, Sortus. Score versus performance. Don't you run into trouble with similarity, though, given that there's, like, a finite number of melodies? I guess if it was exactly Bloody Tears, all the instruments were the same. He's got this sweet, evil back halo thing that we keep seeing in games. Do I want to change anybody here? I don't think I can change my party, unfortunately. I'd like to get rid of Justin if I could. I like how the kind of funky LBX menu overrides the epic Gregorian chanting. S3M, S3M. Yeah, it's forcing me to play with Kaido, unfortunately. So I don't get to use the party member I've been leveling for the whole game. I assume this is the final boss, but maybe not. Oh, wait, no, it actually isn't let me switch, it just defaults to Kaido. We had to use him. Oh, wait, no, it does say he's required. So the protagonist isn't required. I guess it's because he's fighting his grandpa. Or, like, the robot version of his grandpa, at least. I see what you're saying. Propagable, Leon, and good effects. Oh, and it's making me play as him too. How do I switch that again? Okay. That's better.
Out of my way!
Yeah, there's still Lex behind him. Dude, I have no idea in this game, sir. They could do all of it with a cutscene. I've definitely played games before where it seems like there is a bigger threat behind the scenes, and then you never actually deal with them at all. I wish they took damage from lava. Oh, just me. I like that this guy went to the trouble of setting up this little arena for us. really? I eat that damage for no reason? At least this form isn't the final boss, but there's more behind it.
It's not even close to over.
There we go, get a little bit lower before we try for the breaking blow. That's fine. Jan. Asking us right now, is that itself an assignment? Yeah, right. Were you the warden of an imaginary prison where you were given free rein to punish people? Alright, the longer hallway behind the first long hallway. Can I at least switch Van to be the leader? Okay, I'll do that for now. Washington. He'll save children, but not the British children. Oh yeah? Not that long? Try again? There's that giant room, and then this hallway here. And then this hallway here. Alright, we can send Cyber LBX into the interwebs. Bring out your hackertyper.com. Alright, go in all the rooms. Got it. It's a T hallway room. Finally, it's the long intersection. Hot crossroads. 1 a penny, 2 a penny. We gotta do some bullshit with turning off the security first. Thanks, Plaster, appreciate it.
Battle start. We need to make headway here.
We're technically in the internet right now, but it's like the city internet. This is like, Judge is a pretty cool name for LBX. We're in a reinforced cardboard arena that's on the internet. Yeah, right. Ow.
You're gonna lose.
There it is. Cool.
Is everybody okay?
Judge armor actually looks pretty sweet, but it probably starts at low levels, so... And like Dark Souls, I'm not gonna give up my current investment. This is my wife, Andrea. How are you doing, Andrea?
Alright.
Hey, Andrea's here.
Here comes science.
How's Science Street going? You going to Jazzercise tonight?
Yeah.
That's exciting. That's been the first
I
time in
know.
like
A
months.
month, yeah. I'm gonna be a hot mess.
One more to go.
So, my dates for Mexico changed.
Okay, what do I go down?
Leaving, well, and these are not set in stone,
Okay.
but the current plan is leave Sunday the 14th and get back Saturday the 20th.
Okay, so you'll be here. You'll miss more time with Cat and Donovan.
Well, so Brenda said that since I'll be working, by then I'll be traveling on a Sunday, I get that Friday off, I'm gonna just take that Thursday off,
Okay.
which is when Cat and Donovan will be
Yeah.
here. So,
So you might net get more time while they're here.
yeah, or I just swap. I think it'll balance out.
Okay, cool. Sounds
But
good.
I will need you to drive my butt. Although maybe I can arrange it so that you only drive me to Brenda's and then she drives me to ABQ.
Okay, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Possible. Well, do I need to drive you now? Because I guess I don't need a car anymore if they're going to be here with a rental car.
I guess that's true. Suppose that's true.
We'll explore.
Yeah.
I'm near the end of this game and Ben is rubbing his face all over the microphone because he's mopey that he hasn't been fed.
He has something to say.
We just killed Robot George Washington.
All right. Is this like the precursor
robot
to
grandpa.
Bioshock Infinity?
No.
Okay.
He's the leader, or he's involved in a terrorist organization that's trying to use tiny toy robots to take over the world. It's like the plot of the movie Small Soldiers. Have you ever saw that?
Nope.
That was the one
Is it
that.
like the Indian in the cupboard? I'm gonna say
Sure.
it's like that.
Sure. Small Soldiers was a movie that wasn't really meant to be for kids, but couldn't help but be kind of marketed to kids since it involved toys being used as weapons. There's a movie with Robin Williams like that too, called Toys.
Hooray!
We were talking about that revenge show that you've been watching.
Ha! Hey, you've been watching with me.
Yeah, we've been watching. It's
There you
true.
go.
Talking about like TV shows, movies, and books that are like snack food, junk food, and that's okay. Like not everything doesn't have to be extremely profound all the time.
Nope. You know, sometimes I just want a plain grilled cheese with Wonder Bread and fucking Kraft singles. Not some organic,
Yeah, organic,
local
goofy,
flour,
ultra
made
gentrified, $15
wheat
grilled
bread
cheese.
and like, I don't know, super Gouda.
Yeah, right? I haven't seen it in forever. Like, remember some of the plot and the design of the characters. It was like the G.I. Joe soldiers were the bad guys and the alien soldiers were the cool ones. Very, very similar plot to this one. Yeah, right? It's their kick the dog moment for him in that movie.
Stay out of my way.
You really need to get the audience on your side by hating somebody. A movie that did that well, I thought, was Force Awakens. We just rewatched that this past weekend. Kylo Ren is a very well done villain.
You know which movie did that perfectly?
What?
John Connor.
Gonna stand around.
What?
What's the one with Keanu Reeves and his dog dies?
Oh, John Wick.
Oh, Wick. All right, I said Connor.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, that
John
one.
Connor is Terminator.
That one, I was against the villain from the very beginning.
Yeah. Totally on Keanu Reeves' side. I like the way they handled Kylo Ren because you kind
What's
of
the
get a
Connor
sense
movie
for
I
how
mixed
he's
it with? About like a Martian man or something.
What? What is it?
A man and he's a Martian. It's just his name. The movie didn't do as well as it should have.
K-Pax?
No,
With
it's
Kevin
his
Spacey?
name. It's the name of the character.
K-Pax.
No, it's like a normal name, like John Connor. I mean, I guess Connor, maybe I'm getting Terminator in there, but there is a movie, it's just
John
the guy's
Carter
name.
and Mars?
Yeah, but they just did Carver.
They just called it John Carter.
Right,
That's
which
right.
Carter, that was it.
And it was terrible marketing, but apparently the movie's actually pretty good because the book is awesome.
Too many goddamn John C's.
Yeah, John Carter Mars is a book that my dad
Oh, see,
actually
they all
read
knew
when
what I
I
was
a
talking
kid.
about.
Yeah. Yep, no, I was wrong. You were right, Andrea.
K-Pax now.
I should have been able to figure that out. K-Pax may have been the name of the planet. John Carter is a really good book. Really early, like, space exploration, science fiction. So I remember my dad reading it to me when I was young. I didn't see the movie, but I heard it was pretty good, and it mostly got screwed by terrible marketing on it with the quote 3. Yes, that's the best scene in that movie. He's just like,
Ed
oh.
killed his dog.
That might be one of my favorite
Puts the
scenes
phone down,
in
just
cinema.
closes it.
Yeah. Oh. It tells you everything you need to know about both of those characters.
Don't kill John Wick's dog. That was such a cute dog, too.
We're almost done here.
Oh, were there other, like, Of Mars or something movies out at the same time? That's too bad. Timing.
It's not the first thing that's been screwed
Sucked.
mostly by its title. The Wii U is another one.
Heh.
If they had called it the Super Wii or the Wii 2 or just somehow found a way to differentiate it, I think it would have been fine. I heard that it actually has the
Oh my
highest
god,
rated
that dog
exclusives.
was so cute.
This was the cutest dog. That movie kicks ass. If you haven't seen John Wick, you should fix that. It's really, really good.
It's got some nice, like, culture lore
Yeah.
that they don't really fully explain, but they give you enough sort of, like, context to figure out part of it, like their currency
Film
at the
conveyance.
hotel.
Yeah. What are these coins?
Like, why are they using
so
these
cool.
coins? When did this begin? Has it always been this way? How much are they worth compared to other money? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, E10. I think it works in John Wick because of the way it's presented in that film. It isn't just that the dog is cute. This is like the first 30 minutes, maybe even 15 minutes of the movie.
Yeah,
It's the back of the box description for the movie, so I'm not spoiling anything about it. It's like his wife dies, and his wife gives him this dog as like a party gift.
Yeah, it has sentimental value too.
Right. And it also is a really cute puppy.
Yeah, that
so
just
you're
made it
really on
worse.
his side when this happens, that this is an awful thing.
And you could tell that he was really bonding with it, and he hadn't bonded with anyone since his wife died.
And it's fucking Theon who does it too,
He's
which
such a little douchebag.
when we watched the movie, it was when Theon wasn't at all redeemable. Nice propagable. Are you ready to devote your entire day to this? Because that's what you've opened yourself up to.
What game is this? It looks like Final Fantasy.
This is Little Battler's Experience, the game with the tiny robots.
Mm-hmm.
They're toy robots.
It looks like Dragon Quest.
It's not.
Well, the art style looks like Dragon Quest. At least this one does.
It's very animated, it's true. It's not a Akira Toriyama, though. This is the game where the children play with these little toy robots that shoot each other with real bullets, but it's okay because they have reinforced cardboard arenas that they can fight in, keep people from being hurt. But then the military and other bad people like terrorists want to use the tiny robots for military applications.
Sure.
And the protagonist's dad invented LBX, the Little Battlers, and like accidentally created a perpetual motion machine in the tiny toy. And the bad guys have been trying to get that toy, but they have to like actually beat my robot in single combat. They can't just like come and step on it or something.
Right, yeah, no, that
Because that
would
would
be honorable.
be more interesting for the game if I actually have to fight in tournaments and stuff. So it kind of alternates
Well, maybe
between.
they're like a cockroach where you can't really step on it. Oh, I guess you can. They're like a tick. You can't really squish them. You have to like flush them.
Yeah, yeah.
But then, you know, they're kind of big, so they're gonna clog the toilets. So it just makes sense.
You can make it make sense if you want to. Yeah, it's a game about.
Well, it has like the final battle ending victory music and the little stats go up. It's like so Final Fantasy.
Yeah. It's like an RPG. It's
Yeah,
action based in
this looks
combat,
like-
but it's not turn based at all.
It's like Final Fantasy to me. It's got the little characters and their little headshots.
I know, right? Propagable. Oh, they've got a cool logo. NDR stands for New Dawn Razors. They're the bad guys, the terrorist group that's launching this rocket to blow shit up for reasons.
So how is battling robots going to prevent them from launching a rocket? The two
Well,
seem orthogonal.
Well, I mean, we're walking in here with the tiny robots, and we're infiltrating the rocket. We're in the rocket right now.
Okay.
We're gonna use the robots to turn off the rocket.
Yeah.
So, is everybody ready?
Yeah, Kodiak, before you came in, I was saying that the drag this game, the draw is the mechanics, which are actually quite cool. The story is very much, you know, I was talking about story junk food. It's like, I really, really, really like the movie Con Air, but that movie is really dumb. It's so stupid. The plot makes no sense. Don't think about it. The only way you can enjoy it is by turning your brain off. And I think that that's okay. Like, if I was doing Let's Watch Every Awesome Movie,
It's like,
I would want to
oh
include
shit, we
Con
can't
Air.
land at the airport. You know what? We have to emergency land on the main strip in Las Vegas.
Because that would be awesome.
As opposed to anywhere else in the desert that has nothing around it.
No.
No, main
The
strip
in Las
Vegas.
Vegas.
Because
yeah.
it's a paved road, yeah. It's gonna be
But the
cool.
reason
Doesn't
why is
have
because
bridges.
cool, you know. And I don't think that movie deserves to be excluded from every awesome film. It's still awesome. It's just it's you know it's
Awesome
Cheetos.
in a different way.
It's not filet mignon.
That looks like Eva.
Cheetos are good too, you know. Got to get some pretzels every now and then. It can't all be foie gras,
Foie gras.
however you pronounce it.
It's French. Ignore half of the vowels.
Great. Fugger. Fugger. Fuggers. Yeah, I think that's probably the thing that has troubled me about it, Kodiak, is that the stakes they don't need to be this high. Pokemon does it too, and
It could be
I
like
love,
The Hobbit.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just a fun little adventure. We don't need to.
Well,
add a
you have
bunch
this
of-
big bad shit going down with
Right.
Sauron.
It can just be
gaining
we're gonna
power.
go on a cute adventure with the dragon and get some treasure, and it'll be cool.
Yeah, see, Sir Anderson knows what's up.
Foie gras.
Yeah.
Thank
foie
you.
gras.
Clearly, I'm not cultured enough.
It's cool. Do you know what it is?
It's like duck liver from a duck that's been like force fed.
Corn.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Anyway, Pokemon does this too. Like Pokemon is ostensibly about kids that collect these animals and they have them fight each other and it's for fun. But then there's always like this destroy the world plot with orbital cannons and shit.
Yeah.
We have to raise the stakes.
Goose liver. Geese are basically ducks.
Did I say duck?
Yeah.
I meant goose.
No. Yeah, close enough. Alright, I'm gonna go.
Goose are ugly, annoying, frustrating ducks.
Yes.
They're frustrating ducks.
There's shit everywhere.
Yeah, fuck geese.
Like, I don't think I know what duck shit looks like. Do they just shit in the water like they should? But geese are like, no, fuck you.
Good night, everybody.
Like, oh, where are you going to Jazzercise?
A riveting
Enjoy the
conversation
rest
on
of
the nature
stream.
of duck shit. Well, I'm sure that will continue now that that's seated. That bell can't be unrung, Andrea.
No, sure, move on to something else.
Have fun at Jazzercise. I'll see you later. Well, since Andrea's heading to Jazz, I might actually push over time a little bit to wrap up LBX tonight. We got about 30 minutes left, but I think we're pretty close to the end. We're gonna fight the final boss and it's like 2 or 3 forms. Hey, helpful hero, how you doing? Does Waluigi always have to be so inappropriate? You guys get to see this kid Jaden, my nephew, on stream next week. He's awesome. My favorite story is from Jaden when he was like 4 years old. He was like going upstairs to go to bed, and me and Kat and Donovan, his parents, were playing Rock Band or something, and he just looked at us and he went, a big smile on his face, "See you later, fuckers!" Like this little cute 4-year-old kid, big smile, and then after he said it, he realized what he said, and he went like this, and ran upstairs. And it took everything in Kat, Donovan, and my power to not just like burst out laughing at him. We'll probably tell that story forever. Yeah, no, I hear you, Kodiak. I don't know if it's healthy for kids to constantly put in this situation where they think that, you know, kids can save the world, because fuck that shit. Kids don't pay bills. They can't save the world. You're basically a pre-human. No offense to any kids watching. I think we'll be fine with Jaden around.
Seriously? Why, Lex? We trusted you.
And that's your problem. Because you shouldn't trust anything.
But you're wrong. There's so much to believe in.
You really don't get it, do you, Van? Look, this world is completely rotten. And something needs to be done to fix it, forever.
No! There are so many innocent people whose lives will be destroyed. Nothing will ever be perfect, but you just need to focus on the good.
Don't make me laugh. This disgusting world sat back and watched as my little sister and the rest of my family died.
So I'm gonna blow up the world?
Which is why I'm gonna take control. I promise. I'll right the wrongs that were done to me.
Should probably hide my own goatee. And using one of my 2 hands to control a cell phone to control a robot that's gonna do the thing that I want to do. That's evil. The other hand will be in my pocket, like Persona 3, because that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think I see where you're coming from, Galactic Kodiak. I basically agree. I can let myself get over it, you know, as I'm sure you can too. I can say, this is junk food. Like, Pokemon has a certain target audience. But I can still hope, which is I think what we're doing, that, you know, maybe we'll get a Pokemon game in the future that doesn't include a orbital cannon world terrorist plot that we solve, that it's just Pokemon.
Please don't do this.
Ifrit, oh, that's pretty cool. He's pretty sweet looking too. He's probably not weak against fire then, is he? Oops. Man, if Andrew were here, she would be giving me so much shit for the final boss being named Ifrit, after we were just giving her crap for saying it looked like Final Fantasy. Ifrits and other things would be my counter-argument. So Andrew and I have been together long enough now that I can often, like, imagine the character of our discussions and arguments, so sometimes I'll just, like, fill in what she's about to say, and she'll be like, that's great, I don't even have to say anything, you just do the arguing for me. Take a chip and eat it! Death Note has the most epic potato chip eating sequence in the history of anything ever. Holy crap, so he can even overheat you, that's great. Can't run when I'm overheated, I can't attack. I can heal at least, right? Hopefully. I'm about to be dead though. Whoa, what? Live action Netflix? Death Note? Willem Dafoe? Hold on. Catch me up on this. That has not crossed my desk. I like almost all of those words. Part of it is that I'm cautiously optimistic, but... Hopefully this isn't gonna try to breaking blow him. Okay, good. Okay, he's all super mode right now.
This battle's mine, Lex.
Nope, he's got a second form. Ryuk? No shit. Oh man, it's gonna be a TV show, right? Not a movie. I don't think Death Note would work as a movie. Although I really like the ending of the Japanese live-action Death Note movie. I think I prefer it to the manga and the anime.
There's no point in fighting anymore. What's going on?
Oh, I'll show you what's going on, Van. Okay, Ifrit. Let's roast him. Inferno mode!
So are you like stuck farming ogres right now and getting the shitty drops?
Well then, shall we move on to round
I think you could
2?
tell the story of Death Note in about 10 episodes. You don't need more than one season. Do it in 10 episodes and end it the way the Japanese live-action movie ended.
Just like myself, filled with raging hatred, crushing despair, and burning anger. You might even say he is me.
Well, but not really. But he is me. This is where it would be great if the protagonist just goes up and kicks his robot. That's clever. You know what would be really cool? A save point between this fight and the next fight, or at least a way to access the menu so I can equip more healing items. Otherwise, we're almost certain to die and have to attempt it again.
I won't let you get in my way.
Lex.
Yeah, exactly, Propagable. Go up to that one point and then read the Wikipedia article on the movie to see how it ended, to get a really compelling end to the story. Am I solo again? Do we get the power of friendship? Nope, friendship is not magic. It's all on us, solo and alone. Never been this alone before. Chance refill, heat me up. Might consider the overheat thing. I think this is gonna do me more good. Oh, and I get 2 of them? That's exciting. I still want the small repair kit. It heals quite a bit and I have more of them to be able to use. I think if there's anything else that would be really exciting here. Probably not. No, I've been on the same parts for most of the game here just because of the AC. I didn't want to take a bunch of time to grind up another set when we find it. It's got to be a friendship scene, yeah. We'll beat him solo, but then the cutscene will show everyone working together. And maybe we'll have a... This game has a lot of scripted battles, so we'll probably fight him, lose as part of a scripted event, and then our 2 buddies will come help us for the ending. I think I agree. I'd be very surprised if they don't do that. This is a lame way to fight him, but it also ensures that I don't take a bunch of damage, so I'm gonna keep doing it. I have no shame. No, why would you do that? Run away from him. There you go. I'm worried that if there is a cutscene, that if I use an item now... Oh, it's okay. If it happens, it happens. Oh shit, that hurt. Well, that makes a difference. That doubled our damage. Ow. That was pretty cool acting. Come on. We're not going to be trying for the breaking ball. It's going to overheat us and get us killed. Lame it out. Shameless strats. Woohoo!
I lost? No way!
Possibly.
Get up! I made you to be better than that. You're not allowed to give up until I say so. Ignite once more.
What? There's a third phase.
It worked.
It worked? Are they gonna do the Exo Squad twist where it's Sapiens?
How can it still be able to fight?
Is it gonna talk to us? No guys ever watched Exo Squad. It was a mech show. It was like a Western produced mech show in the US for like, I think 2 seasons and it got canceled. That was the big final twist.
I see.
Yeah, right, Prophet Gable.
Man, this is Ifrit's own doing.
Now we need friendship, right?
That's right. Ifrit is no longer under my control.
Hey, that's kind of like what happened with V-Mode earlier in the game.
Seriously?
When we got all Super Saiyan.
He's gone haywire?
Not quite. You see, we're connected. My rage resurrected his CPU to carry out my will.
My rage resurrected his CPU.
Inside Ifrit.
Is Jahan still here? Jahan's computer busted today. Have you tried yelling at your machine? Just go, ah!
Make him a true monster.
No, you're not allowed to break. Start working again.
Ifrit keeps this up. It's only a matter of
Grr.
time before he sets off a chain reaction that ignites the Gravcom. There's nothing stop.
That might be the definitive line of Little Battler's experience. My rage reactivated his CPU.
I already beat you, so if you're
Resurrected, I didn't even
him,
see
I
that.
know
That's
I
even
can
better.
stop him too. First, I'm going to defeat Ifrit, and then I'm gonna get us out of this place. We're getting out together, Lex.
It's pointless, man. Stronger than you could ever imagine.
Okay, Lex. If I
What? No, friendship's supposed to be magic. What the hell, man? We fought Malladus and Spirit Track's friendship was magic. Oh god, this is part of the same battle too. So I don't get to restock my resources in between these attempts here. Sucks. My kingdom for like a life train attack of some kind, right? I think that if I use this at just the right time, I end up dodging his flame pillar, which is where most of his damage comes from. Dude, that's so many hit points. Let's go ahead and do the other attack boost. I might actually try to bring 2 of these next time. That seems bad. Oh, that totally seemed like a stand behind the pillar to not get damaged kind of situation. No? Do I have to run up and attack him type situation? I lost most of my attack bonus from that crap though. Guess I'll know what to do when we attempt him next time. I remember I had a battery in this fight too. That hasn't really happened. I think it happened one other time. You could see if battery power-ups appear on the map. That could help. Shit, I don't want to let him do that. I might not need to cinematically lose it, I just might legit lose it. Let's see if there's any power-ups that spawn on this map anywhere. Hold up. Possibly not. I think once our battery's dead, we can't do anything anymore. Just game over. And so if you have an item that restores battery, which we do not, like shieldable or something. Don't think it's damage that you just are forced to take at least. Don't think we want to mess around with special attack routines. They use way too much battery for the damage dealt. Oh, you can still attack when the battery dies? Oh, shit. I think we just need to stand and block these. Doesn't look like there's anything else we can do. Hey, I've got a battery power up. That's cool. Maybe we can use a special attack routine when he's up there. I could see that being the trick here. Interrupting that's not going to happen. It's a pretty cool attack name. Yeah, we almost completely avoided the damage from that. That's good. I think we may have won this one if I had known about him teleporting to the center where he's immune and saved my attack bonus to right before that. Yeah, that's what's really getting me in trouble here. We'll get him on the next go. I think we've lost this one now just for lack of resources. We've learned lessons about his attack pattern that will help.
It's all over for you!
Oh, I guess I can't special attack routine. Is this just like damage you have to be able to survive through? Maybe there's a way around it. We gotta kill him before he does that again, or maybe we're in big trouble. Oh shit. Pretty sure this is the final boss. Doubt he's gonna get another phase after this one, so they do some kind of nominal Yu Yevon style Friendship is Magic event at the very end. If he flame pillars us again, it's GG, I think. Oh, that sucks! If that had hit, you get overheated whenever you fail a special attack routine. It keeps you from being able to attack. Can't run either. Man, it lasts forever too. Nope, here we go. Now it's over. Since we can't stop that.
Give it up.
Come here, dude.
It's over, Lex.
Man, I should have turned on the heart rate monitor for the end of that fight. That was like Dark Souls there at the end. I was assuming I was super dead.
Where? How? Where? First try.
Yeah. I guess most enemies don't try to dodge, or they're pretty bad at dodging, but he is a final boss. Captain Planet. He's our hero. Is there any special attack routine that's just like guaranteed to hit? They can't possibly dodge out of the way of? Well, thanks, dude. Thanks for being so chill about losing there. He's all passed out. He even just said that he wasn't controlling and freaked at the end, so... He's like, ah, that was so disappointing. Even after my rage resurrected the CPU with the force of my will. He took a really severe emotional blow. He was really,
Hey, Hercules, how you feeling?
Disappointed!
Keyword is hope. Well, friendship wasn't magic, but we did have hope, and that's the other JRPG thing. Usually you get both. This one just went with the hope thing. Screw our friends. You can get out of range unless they're pretty long range. Gotcha, helpful hero. If you don't know the backstory on the disappointed line, Kevin Sorbo on Hercules TV show, Sam Raimi's Hercules TV show, the evil Hercules was given direction to sound disappointed, and he read it as actually say the word disappointed, and they decided to keep it.
You sure you want to help me?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Amy.
Go now.
Leave me. I'm fine.
But why? If you stay here, you'll.
We gotta save Vegeta over here.
Said go!
But if this world really is as bad as you say it is, well then, you gotta make everyone understand.
That easy?
No one said that it was gonna be easy, but I know we can make it happen if we never give up.
If we never give up, this international terrorist who tried to blow up the world totally isn't gonna go to jail. He can be a politician now.
Man, do you really think we can change the world?
Different
Of course
standards.
I promise, okay?
Maybe you, as a 10-year-old, shouldn't be making promises to a terrorist who tried to end the world.
Come on.
Don't know if the
Just
world's
trust me,
governments
Lex.
are gonna be down with that, says Lex. Yeah, the guy's the equivalent of, go, I am the tired. So, okay, Six Gun, are you around? I'm looking for history facts with Six Gun. You also know quite a bit of military stuff. Is, like, a self-destruct button a thing? Like, I know that there's, you know, cyanide capsules for undercover agents is an actual historical thing. That's not just a movie thing, but, like, do nuclear submarines have self-destruct buttons? Is that... Or I guess we've got people who've worked on nuclear submarines as well. Chaos Factor and Little DPs. It's like classified to tell me if you could blow the thing up if you needed to. He even took a nap and still didn't fire the missiles. Yeah, the 10-year-old has to carry him out because he's so disappointed. The dude is like ultimate bummer. His cool toy got its ass kicked, man.
Lex, what do you think you're doing?
Ben, I'm glad I met you.
You mean you're not
As we discussed earlier, blowing up is a kid-safe way to get murdered. As is being hit by a truck. Falling off a cliff.
It's game over for me.
But you can't.
The magic sunlight
If
face.
anyone can make the world better, it's you. I believe in you.
Aww.
So much depends on this, Van.
That seems like a really dangerous way to get extracted back onto your ship. Weird open-faced snake tunnel? Right, cast section.
Despite all the evil things he did, I still can't forget what Lex said to me on that rocket.
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing, like, if it's a thing, we probably wouldn't know that it's a thing, right?
Over. The NDR
Does any of that ever get declassified?
But it's not the end of the story. This is our chance for a fresh start. A new dawn is rising on a brighter future. Our biggest mission starts now, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep the world safe.
Oh, okay. So maybe not like a big red button that you try really hard not to press, but, you know, destroying your own vessels is totally a thing, especially if they're secret, and you probably just have to do that manually by, like, shooting it until it's blowed up. Play the post game, I think is what they're getting at, right? Because this has a post game that goes on forever, or at least in a very long time. Typical level 5 fashion. This is a level 5 game. Let's not forget, dude. Let's not forget that having an amphibious rodent inside city limits, that's not legal either, dude. Level 5 is a pretty stellar developer. Like, I don't think I've played a level 5 game that I didn't like. LBX was really cool, thanks to the folks who voted to get this game played. This is definitely a game that I never would have played if it had not been for Twitch and the voting spreadsheet. And I like expanding my horizons. We've seen a couple other robot games since then. Super Robot Wars is one of them that Sornaspare put on Subblock and is looking to add to the voting spreadsheet eventually. It's more of like a Fire Emblem style tactics RPG. And I know that there's a lot of people stoked about other games like Gundam titles and Custom Robo and you guys are talking about Metabots? Anyway, if it will fit, if it's within the quality threshold, and try to get it on the voting spreadsheet or add it to Subblock or to see more of it. Armored Core is the FromSoft one, right? 150 post-game tournaments, wow. So yeah, this game could be 30 hours long, or it could be like 300 hours long if you want it to be. He's an unsent android Cylon. Doll. Ghost. Double ghost. Are there ghosts in Final Fantasy X? Like, independent from Unsent? Is there a monster type called a ghost? There might not be. I keep jumping to the bogey from Final Fantasy 11 and 14, but I don't think that model is in that game. Unsent Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford would make a pretty good Orin. Did you guys hear that the Lego Star Wars Force Awakens game, well, I guess first of all it has voice acting, which I guess all the Lego games do now, which is kind of a bummer because part of the fun of the early Lego games, which are all very good if you haven't played them, was that they had no voice acting, so they had to act out key scenes from the films, like with charades, like Mario does in Mario RPG. Anyway, the Force Awakens Lego game is voiced by almost the entire original cast, including Harrison Ford, which that blows my mind. Like, I was under the impression that Harrison Ford was done with Star Wars. He didn't want to do shit else with it. So that they got him for the Lego game is pretty sweet. I might play that with Andrew. I don't know if we'll stream it or not. But it looks like they do some pretty funny stuff with that movie. You have 900 hours and still a bunch left to do. That's insane helpful. The spikes and polearms were rated for me. I guess I was getting stats for it separately. So that big list of Western names were the folks that pushed to get this game released in the US since it was such a long window between its Japanese release and Western release. Yeah. There's a pretty funny one in the Lego original trilogy where like the Darth Vader, I am your father scene. Having to act that out with charades is pretty funny. It added a lot of... It was one of those limitations breed creativity. They could do all kinds of new jokes because they didn't have any dialogue. Isn't there another GameCube robot game, like Chibi Robo or something, where you're like a janitor robot? It's kind of like Katamari Damacy. So you like Katamari. There's a lot of shirtless dudes, man. He's got a trench coat, but no shirt. And one of the bosses earlier had a vest with no shirt with a scarf. Yeah, right, Sortus. Especially if each tourney is itself a set of multiple fights. His neck is cold, but his abs are warm. That seems totally reasonable, right? Oh man, the timing worked out pretty perfect, didn't it? It's almost 5 o'clock. Rock and roll. Cool beans. Well, in that case, folks, there's going to be an auction tonight. We do two things. The next game that we're going to play that's shorter than 30 hours... Oh, wait, we got to let the post-credits anime cutscene play. This is where Nick Fury shows up to ask Van to join the Avengers. Is he running in place? Okay, I thought this was like...
Oh, see you later, Van.
See ya!
Is this really happening? Is this real life? Okay, he was actually running in place. That was actually a problem with old anime. Using animation frames like that.
Van, why are you so late? Sorry, guys. I had some stuff to do.
3 minutes of
We're gonna
Bloodborne.
make you pay for that. Yeah, you're going down.
Think so? Try me! Battle on!
Battle on. The next shorter than 30-hour game will be determined tonight at, actually, we're going to go with tomorrow morning again at 4 a.m. Pacific. We're going to keep staggering those forward for each category of games so that more people have optimal vote end times. So you have until 4 a.m. Pacific tomorrow to influence the vote. You can see the current ranking at vote.marsted.com. There's a lot of games that are in very close range of each other and a lot of sphere points sitting out there, so I have no idea what's going to get played. I guess we'll find out tomorrow morning. Check that out. I'll go ahead and open an auction now. We'll have that run an additional day. 1 second. Still is the right broadcast timer, right? Yeah, so you can bid. The minimum bid is just 30 SP. It's going to go for a bit more than that. That'll be to replace the slot of whichever game wins on the spreadsheet with the game of your choice, which will then still have to be voted up in order for me to play it. An update on what's coming up for the rest of the week. Try entering secret password. I'll keep that on in case anything comes up from it. Tomorrow, Wednesday, we're doing some Bloodborne for the first half and then sub-block after that. You'll get to see some Charles Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, Chapter 1 of the Hoops Barkley Saga, a parody of JRPGs, a game that in the options menu lets you select the text as Al Bhed. If you haven't seen that, you should really tune in for it. It's pretty amazing. And some potentially Hearthstone with Katie, who's someone I know in real life and a Patreon subscriber at the end of the day. Thursday we'll do some more Albert Odyssey, JRPG for the Sega Saturn, one of the last games from our old incentive model. And then Friday, expect to see some Tactics Ogre. Kami is at his 1-year anniversary of Patreon subscription, and so it's a 3-hour sub-block. We're doing Tactics Ogre for that on Friday. Along with some Monster Hunter Generations, I think I'm just going to start a new save file on. I'm going to see if I can find somebody to throw a host to here. Hope you guys have a good rest of your Tuesday, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.